goes for the finish, and just like that, Pride is out of the game. GG's. Beautiful parry.
The Z-Blast over here gets a huge uppercut combo into a double grapple combo, a triple grapple combo into the hits on the ground. What a play by Baku!
That was unbelievable.
Tryhard is going insane right now with those nunchucks.
Oh my god, the triple roll as well, Prostovin with the third follow-up.
Avocado's not gonna let it happen.
What huge double uppercut.
DL's TJ catches a huge uppercut combo onto Wee Peepo Clown.
They are slaughtering this lobby.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the final week of the Astral Cup. We're heading in today for the grand finals here for our trios, where we will be crowning a champion. We're going to go 6 games deep today, so don't go anywhere. Make sure you're sitting locked and loaded, because it's me, the Runekeeper, joined by the lovely Got Moxie. How are you doing, Moxie?
I'm doing good, Rune. I always love casting Naraka. I especially love casting Naraka when it's patch week, because we have a spicy patch. A couple of changes coming through. Some heroes getting some major adjustments, but obviously, we do have to talk about him. Is it the bird? Is it the plane? No, it's Hadi. It's Hadi. He's going to be enabled in those hero picks, and I cannot wait to see, because not only is Hadi coming in going to shift the meta in terms of compositions that help him, it's also going to shift the meta in terms of compositions that counter him. I'm talking ACOS. We might get ACOS V3 meta and viable in trios. Rune, I have waited for this day ever since we got that ACOS V3 release. I am so pumped for the day.
Today is going to be very, very interesting, and we've got a lot to talk about, including the teams who are qualified. We can take a quick look here at the teams that are going to be heading into our trios today and take a look at everybody who will be participating. We've got Lonely, Billy Smile, SNY Worms, DPCQ, TDM, Crazy Cow, OU, NTL, Zoo, GR, and Quantum are all going to be competing today for a piece of that cash prize. Of course, the top 4 teams going to be walking away with a little bit of money here today. You can take a look. First place going to be walking away with $6,000. Second place with $2,000, and third and fourth will each be walking away with $1,000 today. That's a lot of cheddar on the line here for the lovely Astral Cup. In first place, I mean, that's $6,000. That is $2,000 a player. That is a lot of play money for getting to sit back and play one of the best battle royales of the season.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just the players that have the chance of being able to walk away the winner's day, because we do have community competitions going on at the moment as well. Meme contest is still going to be available for you to enter. It's going to be up until the 20th of November, and with Hadi coming into the mix, there is a whole wealth of different meme ideas that you can find yourself going through, whether or not you want to go for a little something of Scorpions, get over here with the grapple, or maybe you're a Gravity Falls fan and you want to have a little bit of Mabel quotage. There's plenty to choose from.
Not only that, Moxie, but if memes aren't your things, if competing's not your thing, just for chilling here and watching on the official Twitch channel, you guys are going to be picking up some awesome drops, including an avatar that you guys can only get here. It's such a cool avatar. It's animated in-game. And then, of course, there's some extra goodies. You get that trial choice gift. You also get that epic weapon choice gift, and this is very nice. This is a permanent skin that's at purple tier, and it's for some of the older weapons that are no longer available in some of those older seasonal treasures, right? So if you missed out on the opportunity to get some of those skins, here's your opportunity to get some completely for free, and you get to pick the ones that you want. You're not limited to just randomly getting one out of this box. You can it up and go, I don't own this one. This is one I wanted to get my hands on. There it is. Those are available every single week. So this will be the last week that you can get those. So make sure you head on over, if you don't already, and tie in your Naraka account with your Twitch account so you guys can start participating and getting those drops. And all you have to do is chill right here, watch the Astral Cup, hang out with me and Moxie today as we bring you these 6 games of trios. It's going to be a lot of fun. I don't know why you'd want to be anywhere else, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, I love those epic weapon choices, right? I love the legendaries, don't get me wrong, and the extremes as well. All of the added effects you have on successful kills or using some of those soul jades looking absolutely gorgeous. I think the fan, I don't know, I love the dagger from last season. The fan really has like done itself, but getting to use those epic weapon choices is for me about being able to order all of the color on my cosmetics, right? I'm sure I'm not the only one who actually picks weapon skins to color style with what I'm using for my outfit choices. And because a lot of those epic weapon skins are the same skin, but in different shades of different colors, it can actually be really nice to be able to just drop down tier, go for some of those epics and make sure that some of your outfits do manage to coordinate. But talking about coordination, it's trios, Rune, and that means there is going to be a lot of coordination, a lot of synergy between all of these players. We've got some experience in the professional scene, some coming through from the ranked background. I can't wait to see how they're all going to interact with each other, because obviously the top 6 teams that walked away on week 1's qualifiers are now going to be thrown in the same lobby as everyone who walked away with week 2's qualifiers. We've got the new patch, we've got the Farrier changes, we've got the Kurumi buffs, we've got Hardy coming into the mix, a couple of weapons got adjusted, but either way, it's going to be some explosive Naraka action. And we saw in chat a little bit earlier, Hardy has been, what, 2 days? So not a lot of people still sort of realizing how to play him fully to his potential. Maybe we're not going to see teams lock him in for that explicit reason, but we could see teams decide to lock him in because people don't understand how to play against him just yet. Because it does feel like his biggest counter is something like the Akos V3, with the trap cage making sure that he's not able to just dip out of the ultimate, since it does have a verticality hitbox, but Tumulch is also an option. You do just have to be careful, because unlike the Akos ultimate, Tumulch ultimate doesn't have that cap, doesn't have that verticality trap. If you're sitting right in the eye of the storm, you can just pop your ultimate and boost right on out of it. The one thing you do have to watch out for, though, they're the wisps. You can't get light staggered, you can't get grapple cancelled in that Hardy ultimate. You can get Tumulch wisp, and let me tell you, if anyone has something like a repeating crossbow with Venom Tip, which fell out of the meta for a little bit, but I feel like with Hardy coming back in, repeating crossbow is going to make a return as well.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. And, you know, speaking of things falling out of the meta, one of the few things we have to talk about, well, we'll take a look at our point system here. You guys are used to this by now, right? Of course, you get 1 point for every single elimination your team picks up. You get some ranking points based on your placement, and then you get a multiplier based on that placement that adds to those total kill points. So that 1.4 coefficient there will multiply times your kill points at the very top. So if you're walking away with 10 kill points, you're going to get a total of 14 points for that 1.4, plus your 4 points would be a game score of 18 points. You guys, if you've been here before, you know exactly how this works. But talking about things that have fallen out of the meta, Transformers comp is heavily fallen out of the meta, and this patch only going to shove it into being even worse, right? It's extremely hard for the monk to grab Hottie the way he moves. He also is able to stagger the monk with those big slashes that come through.
He's not able to stagger the monk. He's able to stagger the Yushan, but he can't actually stagger a Tian Hai.
But he does do a lot of damage coming in off of those golden focuses onto the Tian Hai, and it's extremely difficult for Tian Hai to do anything about that, which just makes it even easier for them to be focused down. And then you also, of course, have the changes coming in for Faria as well, which are going to make things even more difficult for the monk, as she is able to use that cannon mode and come in and put the stagger onto him and do a lot of damage as well. And we already have seen that long classic Transformer comp on the way out the door, so these changes only going to make that even more apparent moving forward, Moxie.
It's really such a shame as well, because Kurumi just got that massive buff where all of her tethers now do apply that heal. So you do want to be taking that F3 so you can get that 90% damage reduction, and you can match it with the damage reduction of the ultimate, so you can get 9-second total damage reduction, which would have been really good for the Monk, but like you said, Rune, that kill capability in that ultimate, it's not the problem of keeping the Monk up, it's much more a case that the Monk isn't finding the value even if he is able to survive. As we're going to be heading into our first game to see which of these teams are going to be able to survive and walk away on top. Eventide already going to be seeing a lot of action as team number 5 taking on team number 7 for control of top side of Temple and all of the loot there in Yodo F coming through. We're actually going to see that Transformer team that we were thinking maybe we're going to see these players start to skirt away from, taking a lot of damage. That bell already having been used. Cat's not going to be able to stay alive any longer. Lemon U coming in with the Wuchen Blades, just making sure that the shield refresh and replenish is there as the Scare Rushes start to come on through, coming in with the charge left click on that staff, just looking to try and find this last player. Kun on player number 5, going to be able to Scare Rush, but gets stopped right in the middle of that Yodo Blade before he's able to fully find a disengagement. And that is going to be the Transformers team taken down before those ultimates can come back online and replenish their health. Was moving over to Celestial. We're seeing very aggressive drops coming through from all of these players so they can pick up that momentum early on. Another Attack on Titan team going to be finding a lot of value. Yizhao throwing out the charged R on that fan as quickly as it does because it hasn't been adjusted. Going to go straight into that Tumult ultimate. Has to be careful if that water wheel is still in play that no one is able to disengage and pop it, because all of these players, Rune, are fighting right in the canyon, and there it is! The boxes are broken! The water wheel is out, but no one is in the pop. No! Someone does go down!
No. That was Yizhao grabbing the kill right there onto team number 10. But Water Wheel coming into play now here. Team 10 just trying to lock down multiple of these other players. Guizhou actually going to get caught out after the Water Wheel going down. APF coming here on team 12. Looking to make something happen. We will see the Viper V2 coming in, looking to get a short stun out onto Team Sin there. They are going to pick up yet another elimination as Team 12 moves to 3 eliminations here right off the rip in Celestia. But the fights aren't going to stop here yet as Team 6 looking to come in for the third party. Casper coming in with that great sword, going to get a bit of damage off onto APF, but APF going to go airborne using that F gear on the Wuchen to find some value. Will get caught out here by the charge left click, and APF feeling the pressure is going to use that ultimate here on Wuchen to get out and get Misyu back into the game as Team 12 looks to back away there at the top temple in Eventide, and Team 6 is going to have no chance to hunt them down as Team 10 coming back in after finding the full reset, looking for the third party, and this time they're going to be the team on the receiving end of the Viper ultimate. It looks like it is going to be the V1. A long stun duration here. We're going to see Casper trying to be saved out here by Kishi. That ult not going to quite do it though. Kishi now going to be the player caught out who will go down to Team 10, and Team 12 after finding the reset, turning back in from Eventide Temple topside, coming in looking to catch onto these players. Oh my goodness, Team 6 will lose one of their players as Team 10 and Team 12 now going head to head. Misyu is going to go down as another short duration stun comes out here from Team 12, but it's not going to be enough to buy them away from Team 10 who come in looking to take them down. Team 10 will find another elimination. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Team 12 will be able to break away from this fight, Moxie.
Oh my goodness, so many early fights right off of the rip. We've suspected that it was going to be an incredibly aggressive lobby, especially in match number 1, especially when it's a nighttime map, because those ultimates are going to be coming online a lot more often with the increased fireflies. But it really does feel like a lot of these players are taking advantage of having the Attack on Titan and going for the kills early on as possible to be able to come in before things like the Takeda has that ultimate to look for the wombo combo with some of these mechanicals, as Kishi trying to track down one of these players on team number 10. Celestia making it a little bit harder to be able to properly find the full jump, as it is going to be the ankle break. Kishi trying to intercept, and immediately after, they just roll right past him. This is always an occurrence in Celestia with the amount of buildings and ease that you can find with those scale rushes, as Kishi now is looking to pincer in with one of his other teammates. If they can try and intercept them on the second story of that floor, they might be able to find a lockdown, especially if Kishi is looking to try and come in with the bouncer. Pole sword equipped for the scale rush, proper amount of damage to chunk through if they're able to find that connection, but still with this dagger, This one player on Team 10 is absolutely uncatchable, and they've actually spent so long trying to lock them down that another team has now rolled on up to the party. Kishi not able to find any opportunity to look for the Scale Rush, has to actually take a little bit of heal. Now he's going to try and come through with the charged R on that Pulse of Tumultuous ultimate going to be laid down to be able to negate the Viper ultimate that came through, as Kishi is going to be taking a lot of damage. The armor fully broken into the charged vertical on the longsword. He goes, using the momentum of that Pulse and also the Zip ultimate to be healed a little bit more up to full. They'll be able to find one kill onto Missy. They've also been able to find Elking. Now it's just that one player on Team 10 that they were looking to lock down, who's run outside of Celestra and breaking out into the open, losing the ability to be able to break the ankles. Meanwhile, if you actually look at the mini-map, one of the players from Team 12 has been able to use this opportunity rune to double back and find a revive on their teammates within the building.
Oh, speaking of the devil, though, Casper coming back in to check the body here is in a 1v2 situation, but the rest of Team 6 turning back around. Team 12 able to find the resurrection, but in a precarious situation as the rest of Team 6 turns back here into Celestra to give chase. APF miss you, and the Linquin just in a bad situation, given that Team 6 here on the full reset. APF able to catch the longsword slash onto Casper, finds the second one, but will get parried in the back by Kishi. Casper gonna back away looking for a reset, will use that ultimate to support the team as Kishi unfortunately goes down before the ultimate finds any value. Casper coming in, that ult will pop to save him there as Team 12 starts to turn this entire fight on its head here. They've lost Miss You as well, but now we're gonna see the ultimate coming in here. Casper trying to break away, line of sight here, is able to get away, and then the Wu Channel finally comes online for Team 12, so they're gonna get away with their player and look for the reset. Koala, they're going to use the bell to get the information onto Team 12, but knows that Team 6 cannot push back onto this. Kishi finds their resurrection here, going to use that early game resurrection to stay in the game, and Team 12 and Team 6 will both live to fight another day. Turning over to Team 7 here as they finish cleaning up another team. They're going to go to 4 eliminations just outside of Shadow Jade Mines.
We're seeing so many Attack on Titan teams. I wonder if we're actually going to see an Attack on Titan composition try and take these Realm of Yang fights, because we saw one Transformer team, 2 Takeda Sand Siphons. Everyone else has been running this Attack on Titan incredibly early on, as it's seeing things like the Viper, the F2 for that silence over the F3, so if they do run into that zip, it's going to be a little bit harder to be able to try and disable a lot of that healing sustainability that she is capable of. However, having that silence does mean if you can attach it to something like the Takeda, you don't have to worry about the shoves peeling a lot of the aggression when you do have a player locked down because of things like the Yodo. As we're potentially going to see Team 7 go head-to-head with the team just left of them, Team 8, but it looks like Team 7 not really wanting to take any fight, because we do see those Realm of Yangs starting to spawn on up, and these players want to hold on to their ultimates to be able to carry them through into Realm of Yang. Team number 5 going to be putting themselves in up against team number 8, Tryhard's team, running that Sand Siphon composition. All of their ults going to be up and available as everyone goes aerial with the grapples, not wanting to get locked down and forced into using these ultimates early. Transformer going to be throwing in that TN high transformation. It's immediately going to be blocked out, however, by the Tumultuous ultimate. Windspout coming through from the fan, just trying to transfer as much damage as possible. Karumi coming under fire, having to actually use the healing circle incredibly early on, but Cat's able to find a scoop onto 1, onto 2, and finds the double grab. Tryhard goes down immediately before the zip can heal them, and as a result, the Transformers team have been able to deny the damage burst carry from the Sand Siphon team. On the side, we see the zip just throwing in the Windspouts on the fan, trying to pressure this Karumi, but she has the peel coming through from her Yushan to be able to look for these daggers, throwing out the charge clicks on that fan that charge up so incredibly quickly, and no one's able to flash the red parry because then they're going to be too static and staggered out by the Yushan. What a double grab to open up the fight from Cat.
Very, very unfortunate fight here from the side of Tryhard's team. Team 8 there simply didn't have the ultimates available to really risk coming into the Realm of Yang here. They get double grabbed out. They don't have the zip ult to buy them the safety to come away from it, so they end up losing Tryhard immediately. They don't have the Temi ult available for them either, so they can't use it to block some of those grabs from the Monk and force them to reposition. They do target lock onto the Kurumi, and it is the proper target acquisition for that composition. Unfortunately, because they don't have the ultimates, they can't really shove Kurumi away from her own ultimate, even though they force her to pop it early. And because of that, they walk into a situation where the monk just has free grabs available, and they end up getting themselves sent back out here with Yang depletion, Moxie. It's a bad situation to be in. I'm not quite sure why the team opted to take the fight without most of their ultimates available.
They did have the tumultual because they used it the second that Tianhai burned the ult.
Did they have the Temi ult? I didn't see the Temi ult
It
pop
came out
inside.
incredibly quickly. Like, literally, it was sort of domino effect. The monk ulted, and then the tumult ulted immediately afterwards.
So, I mean, in that situation, they had no business just standing next to the monk and letting him pick them up then. But still, a terrible situation, especially given that they didn't have the Zipple, right? Because typically what you see happens is the Zipple is what's going to buy you away from a bad double grab situation like that. Because it's not like Transformers going head-to-head with Transformers where you can utilize your ultimates to keep them from having two targets to grab onto. So you potentially walk into that situation no matter what you do, depending on how good the Tianhai player is on the other team. But that Zipple has that ability to just keep you alive no matter if the slam would kill you or not. Unfortunate for them, they didn't have it available and they just lose tryhard immediately. And that was the piece of the puzzle they really needed to come out on top of that fight, because you can utilize that Takeda ultimate to shove the Transformers away and keep your team alive. Just a very unfortunate turn of events coming in there for team at number 8 as we turn back here and take a look. The zone going to be pushing all the way south side here. Casper's team, Team 6 on the bot side here, already positioned extremely well for the zone down in Shadow Jade. Many of these other teams starting to push towards Celestra, and this is pretty typical of what we see. As long as Celestra is in the zone, we're going to have a lot of these teams looking to fight there, trying to utilize all of that terrain to their advantage so that they can break away from bad situations when things escalate. We're going to see
What's
Team
going to
3
be
here.
interesting, though, is the fact that Celestra saw action incredibly early on, so all of the loot has probably been picked clean, which means resource management is going to be absolutely key, as well as controlling places like Artisan's Grove, as the Attack on Titan team are coming in, trying to verse up against the Sand Siphon. F2 going to actually connect onto News big, so Takeda having to actually back on off as the team sees another team roll up onto the distance and decides to use that Wuchen teleport because they haven't been able to find an immediate kill and they don't want to get stuck right in the middle and get third-partied, as now Team 3 are having to use that Takeda ultimate. 3 shoves left available for Big. He's going to get hit by that Viper ultimate, charging up that spear, looking to try and use a little bit of that hyper-focus armor coming through, but takes so much damage from all of these players around him. One of those shoves being used to be able to break his way out and find that disengagement as 2 teams come in trying to lock down these kills. Team 4 have been able to get one of the players on Team 10. Yanli does go down, and we know that the Wuchen does not have that teleport, considering it was used in the fight previous. So now these players are going to start to try and hunt down some of those bodies, or potentially just sit on the shop and see whether or not anyone tries to backtrack on to that body. Second drum of Yang also going to be spawning on up, and ruin those Yang depletions. If players haven't been able to find soul blooms, they're going to be in a little bit of a tough spot, because one thing I've noticed, even though there was an incredibly aggressive early start and a lot of those players did get burned out of those rebirth charms early on, no one left soul blooms on the body. No one has an insurance card. So everyone is having to play hyper aggressive in what would normally be the lull phase, where everyone wants to just posture up and play for control of the second realm of Yang.
Yeah, absolutely, Moxie. It's very, very interesting because, like you said, Celestra especially was a huge just breakout fight early on, and it forces you not to leave those souls behind, especially because it's inside Celestra. This is always going to be a highly populated area, so any blooms you leave behind in that area are going to be gone. You can't count on them as an insurance policy, so it's better just to pick them up, especially during how crazy those fights were early on into the game. just to get that extra rage so you can continue to keep those fights going. And here we are, the second Realm of Yangs coming forward here. It looks like Team 5 yet again trying to opt to head into the Realm of Yang, and it's going to be Team 4 who manages to get in this time versus Team 8 yet again. Looks like they were able to get out and find some soul blooms for themselves and are looking to take another opportunity inside the Realm of Yang. This time, importantly, all 3 ultimates available for the team, but it is going to be the mirror match. Sand Siphon into Sand Siphon. Sin here versus team number 8. Ski going to get caught out there on that pole sword, taking quite a bit of their shield there. We're going to see the wisps being invested, and Hermine here doing a really good job keeping that target selection onto the Z-Ping. He knows he wants to get them eliminated as soon as possible. Going to go ahead and invest the ultimate here. Unfortunately, gets turned back around on the other ultimate. Numza here trading Takeda for Takeda here, but Numza taking so much damage. There he is. He's very quickly eliminated. Team 8 here finding a lot of control inside this fight as it's now a 4v2. Ski, though, gets pushed to the side, going to be forced to go ahead and proc the ultimate charge there just to stay alive. Unfortunately for them, they were not able to keep that target acquisition up on Ski long enough, and now with the ult burning, the full reset comes through, and Team 8 just completely blitzes through the remaining players of Sin here. Team 8 finds their redemption inside the Realm of Yang.
Cavalry Bloom is such a brutal jade when you're going up against a player who's being stagger locked, and that is unfortunately the reality of the other Sand Siphon team. When they lose that Takeda, Tryhard is able to get so much more aggressive with Cavalry Bloom, because even though if you're expecting it, it's incredibly easy to be able to parry, he still has a shove left, so he throws it out, does get parried, but uses the shove to be able to recover the dual blades, and then continues to just chunk through players' health bars and armors with Cavalry Bloom coming in and clotheslining whoever is locked down in that light stagger by the rest of his players. It looks like New or Crazy Cow were the other team that were able to walk away with a Realm of Yang successful, and now with Mystic Might enabled, a lot of these teams are going to be starting to branch out in terms of distance and look to jump in on the third party, because not only do you have that knowledge of your surroundings, but you also get the damage reduction that comes alongside it. And when we looked at where Tryhard's team were positioned over towards Shadow Jade Mines, it did look like a majority of the teams were still clustered around that specific area. So I am not going to be surprised if we see that kill feed continuing to light on up, and ask and ye shall receive. There it is. Team 8 looking to potentially find a flank onto team number 6. Tryhard with that Mystic Might doesn't actually seem to be positioning over there. Instead, it feels like they're actually going towards the outer edges of this zone and trying to use that Mystic Might to gather information on where some of these players are that are losing some of their teammates and are incredibly behind in terms of that loot scaling. And it looks like Team 10 is in one such position. They're playing towards the very outer edge of the zone, hoping not to be caught out and spotted so they can play for survivability and take any kills that they found early on in the game to late game for that kill multiplier. Even if they don't have the kill potential, if you're still able to get into the top 5, that kill multiplier is going to mean that you're still able to pick up a hefty amount of points. They do have to be careful, however, as Team 8 are wise to those strategies. Heading over to Graveyard, it's another strategy that we see. Transformer with Cat in that ultimate, looking to try and find these grabs. Everyone's swapping over to the range projectiles, and that's Venom Tip that you can see going off on that Monk's health bar, and Cat goes down, melted from existence immediately. The Kurumi F3 kicking in and immediately actually snapping to allow that 90% damage reduction for the Transformer team to be able to survive the second that their Monk player has gone down. They lose that large body to be able to absorb all of the range projectiles, but the fight's gone on so long, Rune. Here comes another one of our teams with that Mystic Might that have rolled up looking for kills.
Yeah, unfortunately here for Sin Solo, going to be completely caught out by team number 3 as they easily take the free spoils of war here. Team 3, though, now a little on the back foot as they have to approach to get into zone, and Team 7 is waiting in the wings to try to play gatekeeper here. Ardawallen here going to immediately pop the Yoda ultimate, trying to do exactly that. Into the Temiel on the side, though, as the fight continues to break out in the zone. Team 3, New Fly here extremely low. Big trying to come in and lock lock them up. The Wu Chen ult going to come in and buy a lot of value for Team 7 here as Team 3 continues to try to push to the zone and have to run back into Team 7 yet again and force through a second time. This time, Team 7 going to be investing their Temmie ultimate to get the lockdown. And there we go. We are going to see Fly finally go down here for this team. And unfortunately, that is the healer here for team number 3, Team Niu. And they're going to have to leave Fly behind as yet another team comes in for that third party and puts everybody in a terrible position. Back over to Team 8, Dodo and Tryhard's team here on the receiving end of team number 1. A lot of damage coming through, but Ski going to use that ultimate to buy them a lot of space. They have been able to pick up one elimination onto Sin Yogurt, and it turns into a 3v2 thanks to the healing coming in from Ski. Adudu going to go airborne here. Adodo with a huge wisp onto them, and unfortunately that's their healer, and like dominoes, once one falls, the rest of them tumble, and Team 8 comes out on top.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the extreme cosmetic for the longsword that Adodo's got.
That is indeed the new longsword.
I was like, hold on a minute, that Phoenix Blast is looking a little bit extra sparkly, a little bit extra pink, and a little bit extra deadly when it's in the hands of a Sand Siphon composition. As we've talked about, there are some Soul Jades that work perfectly to be able to play off of the spacing that a Tumult and a Takeda provide for a team, and 100% Phoenix Blast is one of those Jades. Normally, a little bit easier to be able to parry, but obviously if you get staggered out either by a Tumult Twist and you're caught in that CC or a Takeda shove, you're not really in a position to be able to find the parry, as we can see what happens when you do throw a blue onto a player who's not CC. They will be able to find that parry and find the revive onto their Karumi. Out of the zone, they're going to dip and put themselves into a position of potentially being able to heal up and come through with that potential damage burst as the zone collapses, and you can use things like the Monk Health Replenish in the ultimate activation to be able to out-sustain everybody else around you. As this, which was an incredibly aggressive lobby, no surprises, is now only seeing 13 players left alive. My concern for this transformation team is the fact that Kun actually had to use his ultimate. That is unfortunate.
The big thing here for this particular team is they have not scaled very well. Still on blues and whites, and they do not have a lot of eliminations. Crucially, this is a team that's looking to pop off in these big end lobbies where there are a lot of teams to pick a lot of kills off. Unfortunately for them, there are not a lot of players left alive, so there's not a lot of kills in this lobby for them to pick off in these sort of end of circle scenarios, and that's going to be extremely bad for them.
Right? Like, we've seen Sand Siphon, Attack on Titan. I think they're the only Transformer team
Transformers, yep.
available, so they're not even going to be able to try and steal the kills. Like, you may be lacking in loot, but if you can go for that transformation and play off of the damage done by another Monk in ultimate to look for the reverb grabs when those players are already low, a lot of the time you can sidestep that scaling issue, but because there's no other Monk left, they don't even have that avenue of option. It's going to come down to them having to pick up a Morris Blessing, but Rune, that's going to be easier said than done.
Yeah, no, it's going to be extremely difficult given the number of Sand Siphons in this lobby as well. And we've seen multiple times where they've popped that ultimate and they just absolutely get obliterated by something like a repeating crossbow and have to just use that time to try to regroup and buy one of their teammates back into the game. And because of that, they're extremely far behind and they don't really have a way to push onto one of these Morris Blessings and take it for themselves. And here we go. We're going to see them starting to push up here on the side of team number 8, and team number 8 in a great position to start to pressure onto team number 5 here. So Kun and his team trying to back away here from the range shots. They want to pressure in onto that Morris Blessing that's potentially getting ready to spawn in, but team number 8 not going to let them hold that aggressive position, will force them away from the Morris Blessing getting ready to come through. And if they try to pressure onto team 8 here, they crucially have that Temmie ult where they can just drop it on the box, and then team 5 would have to burn one of their crucial Transformers ult to even attempt to contest it.
Oh, they're contesting though. They're attempting. Merciless Havoc is coming through to try and buy themselves the zoning.
We do see that.
Team 8 not gonna let it go through. Currently, the Karumi umbrella actually being used to block the ranged projectiles coming through, but Tryhard getting into position, like you said, with that tumult, the Sand Siphon composition is at such a huge advantage. They just have to be careful though, because team number 6 are also in the area. They've been drawn in by the conflict currently going down between team 8 and team 5, and they're here to look for the third party. So if that Sand Siphon team actually uses that Tumulture ultimate, maybe they're going to be able to pick up the Morris Blessing, yes, but then they don't have the Tumulture ultimate to block any potential third party from coming through, and it actually looks like, seeing that additional pressure arriving, team number 5 decide to give it on up. Oh no, they're about to run into a team that are directly above them, hanging from the beam. No one checked it. Kuhn coming into the Merciless, going to try and collapse in onto one player from team 11. So it looks like team 11 actually decided to give up the space for team 5 to be able to hold on to their life a little bit longer, not wanting to give up their ultimates in case they get pressured when they're looking for that disengagement and reposition.
So I do believe that the Team 11 is actually down to only a single player here. So Mushroom just trying to get away here and keep the game alive for their team, because they have no other choice. They need to make the number of kills that they have count for as much as possible. And you're going to see here Mushroom is going to redirect this team back in the direction of Team 5 to try to get the attention away from themselves. They are just trying to hold on for dear life at the given moment. Niu here able to get Fly back into the game, and crucially with so many eliminations under their belt, Moxie, as we are heading into the late game, this team just needs to play for survivability at this point. They don't have to force anything. They have enough eliminations here where even a second or third place finish could easily buy them the MVP here for the game above many of these other teams, and that's exactly what they're doing here. They're just playing very passively, backing away, especially given that Fly here forced to burn that ultimate for the team so that they're able to get a little bit of healing here. They do not have that ultimate back off of cooldown for a little while, but the zone getting very, very small. We have 60 seconds until we collapse onto the final zone, zone 6 here, and team 8 just topside here, butchering down on team number 6 here with these range shots coming in from the pistol and cannon, just blowing away the members of team 6, cutting through that legendary armor that Kishi was able to get their hands on, and Niu gonna capitalize on that as they pressure in a Dodo up top here with the Wisp, gets a Wisp out. Kishi going to go down as Team 6 loses 2 of their members, and they are now down to a single member, and Niu continuing to keep the pressure up, and Casper will go down. That will be it for Team 6, unless a Dodo is still... No, a Dodo looks like they are still alive out there as Niu continues to keep the pressure up. Team 5 trying to capitalize now that Niu has been completely shredded through here by the members of team number 8. They're able to come in. They pick Fly up yet again. The target acquisition extremely well. A Dodo trying to get away now from that Razor Swift coming on through, looking to capitalize on the Phoenix Glass. Doesn't find it. He manages to find a Clank instead, but team number 8 gotta play carefully here. Team 5 trying to come topside and take advantage of all of this. B gonna come in and use that Temi ultimate to get away, looks for the reset, but Ski able to get to the other side of it, keeps the pressure up. Cat coming in with those nunchucks, trying to go for the meter dump, doesn't find it quite onto a Dodo. Ski gonna get sent flying here with 1 tick of HP left, as Niu, still 2 members left alive, giving chase to Ski there. A Dodo gonna get sent over the edge as well, and we're gonna see Cat finally go for the grabs here. Will find a grab onto Ski, looking for the team to capitalize on it. The grab goes down into the immediate follow-up with the staff, but Ski able to get away here, uses the crouch to do the superhero landing, drops way faster. Cat not able to get inside of the hitbox here, still trying to chase that elimination onto Ski. So far, no value for Cat out of this. Looks like they were able to finally get a hold of a Dodo, as Kuhn able to do the final tick of damage as the grab comes through and is confirmed. Cat just trying to get in here with these nunchucks and get a meter dump onto somebody, not able to find it. He's been clanked multiple times. The fight continues on. DRCK, their healer, going extremely low, but the members of these teams completely split up now, as Kuhn's team here, team number 5, able to start finding some value in these final moments onto these other teams. DRCK will get picked off and cut away by Tryhard, so multiple of these teams down to 2 players. Kuhn still with that transformation here, starting to cut through. Tryhard will get separated, but it's Niu's B with the repeating crossbow who's able to pick up the elimination. Kuhn now getting put in the box as soon as the transformation goes down, trying to invest on the R&B on the fan to pick up an elimination, but he will not find it, as Big is able to pick up that elimination. Cat goes extremely low, is able to find the transformation one final time before being eliminated. Big and B safely hidden down below, able to get away from these grabs, and there's still a member. I'm not sure if that's Mushroom topside. It is Mushroom from Team 11. Against all odds, a solo player has been here for the last 3 zones and is more than happy with this turn of events. Cat will get the grab onto Big's, going to walk into the zone to go for the throw. He knows he can't win this lobby for his team, but he can pick up one more elimination, and he does. And now it's B versus Mushroom. Mushroom might be able to take this to the end here, going head to head with B. B gonna get locked up in the staff here. No, sorry, Spear coming through, goes for the overhead. B goes for the parry, but they miss each other. No connection from either side. The Wisp comes in. B gonna use his F to break away and go for a Wisp of his own. Now Mushroom stuck in the zone here. B in a very similar situation. Mushroom just needs to hold on for one more tick, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Mushroom comes out on top.
Mushroom will come out on top in the 1v1, but not gonna walk away with the overall MVP. No. Surely, Rune. That is going to go to New, who play it really smartly as those zones start to close on up. When they actually make that play where they push onto some of those teams on the high ground, it's really, really smart because we go to that overhead view. Actually, I'll talk about it in a moment because we do have to go through our replays first. This is the fight over towards Water Wheel as we get to the APF coming in with that Dragon Slayers into Nezhal's Might. Water Wheel already having been activated, taking one of the players down before. This is, I believe, the first run of yeah, so Cat's there with that Karumi circle, keeping them fully intact, but Smolch Ultimate already having been invested on the side of Tryhard's team, so unfortunately not able to slow the Monk down from getting those double grabs since Cat just walked through it, as we get to see just the overhold on that fan and then the throw of the charged RMB that comes out so quickly. Tryhard with those dual blades looking there for the cavalry bloom, has that shove, will be able to recover as a result, and immediately just coming in, holding the blue, cancelling it out, baiting the flash, and then the second that he knows one of his team has a player locked down before they're going to be able to find that stagger, find that parry, he commits to the cavalry bloom and finds so much value as a result. That's really unfortunate. It looks like since DRK gets caught out by a Tumult Wisp, and just Darth Vader held in position for the Phoenix Blast to be able to whittle that health away. Cat with an absolute sliver of a bar left over, able to come in with the transformation. You can actually see Mushroom, I believe, had swapped over to a ranged weapon to try to chip in damage and steal the kill away from New. Here's that 1 versus 1 as we get to see Dual Blades versus Spear. Mushroom just doing so much with that Spear to be able to light stagger, and also using things like the Dragon Slayers, not for the lockdown of the Nez House, but to be able to keep themselves moving outside of that corruption tick damage and into the zone. But returning back to how New actually played everybody before that final zone collapses in, you see it at its best when we actually do that overhead pan, and we see that New are basically the only team on the left side of the zone, because what they did before they actually started making their move and coming with their ultimates is that they kicked up a fuss. They had a little bit of a tussle, a little bit of a fight, didn't fully commit into it, however, and that's the most important thing, because what they essentially did was they forced teams into choosing whether or not they wanted to commit ultimates in and risk getting third-partied after the ultimate had ended, or giving that position up onto the high ground to run themselves into the more open middle area of the map, which then opened themselves up to all of the range damage coming through from Tryhard's team. And by New actually doing that, not only were they able to jump on teams that had been lowered by all of the range damage, they were also able to make sure that they conserved their resources, because they were the only ones not being picked apart when every single person in the middle of the zone got chunked through by things like the repeating crossbow coming through from Tryhard's team. Really smart stuff coming through from them.
Yeah, they played it extremely well. They capitalized on Tryhard's team doing insane amounts of damage with those ranged weapons. Were able to move in and pick up an elimination, which baited Tryhard's team into that, looking for the huge third party onto it. But crucially, it also baited team number 5, Kuhn's team, to come in as well. And because of that, New is able to slip away as those two teams heavily engage onto each other. Tryhard's team ends up losing one of their players as well. Vice versa, we see the flip side onto Kuhn's team as New basically walks away with a full reset and then is able to start capitalizing on their own range games. As those grabs start coming through, they start looking up the cliff, trying to use the repeating crossbow and some other ranged weapons as well. And because of that, they're able to find a favorable position, even though they end up finally losing a player. and pick up multiples of those eliminations. So really, really well played coming through from Team Niu. But we still have 5 more games to go. Niu off to a start with a huge lead here. I do believe we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back to take a look at the scoreboards and jump into our next game.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup. It's finals day rune for trios. We've just had game number 1 over on Morris, and you know what that means? It means we're heading off over to Holaroff, and something else that starts with a H is Hadi. I think if we ever get to see Hadi come through, this is probably going to be the map that he gets played upon simply because of the amount of verticality, but some of these teams that are going to be moving up vertically are currently on your screen. Crazy Cow walking away with a whopping 33.3 points. Brilliant start to the day for them. And when we last talked to them in the interview, they did say they like to go incredibly aggressive early on in the day to give themselves a little bit of a cushion in case things start taking a turn for the worse the later the day goes on.
Which it's an extremely smart strategy as well, right? Because there is the hero point rule in play. If you're able to find that value, bring that aggression in the early game, play your strongest teams, and create a huge cushion, you can come into those later games and play a completely different play style when you have that cushion to fall back onto. Because you know you have that cushion, you can play for placement. You can play to pick up a couple of eliminations and make the most of a game, rather than some of these teams that end up coming into a range where it is absolutely do or die and they have to play high risk, high reward because it's the last game. There's no other games for them to make those points up. If you come into the first couple of games and play high risk, high reward and things don't work out for you, then you can still come in and play a more moderate play style and it be all right. If they do work out for you, you get to play a very lax play style where you're just playing kind of on that safety net, right? You're really riding that line for the remainder of the games and just going, cool, I just don't need to let some of these other teams outperform me. As we take a look here, we are heading to Holoroth. Matab going to be breaking out crazily, as well as a fight up there inside City of Tang. But team number 9 here already going to lose 2 of their members immediately, as team number 8, Tryhard's team here, coming out and just starting to blitz straight through the Moxie.
Yeah, it's gonna actually look like we had a Zai in the mix as well. Unfortunately, that Zai not finding a whole lot of value coming through early on in the game. As team number 8 having won that fight are going to be able to start looting on up. But here is Matab, and like you said, a lot of players dropping in this specific location for some of those really choosy loot pathing, as Lil Sheep on that Cicada looking for a couple of bow shots to chunk away the armor before coming in with that greatsword, looking to try and find a grapple lockdown. Justina going to use that free shell form to be able to disengage the team and maybe try and break away to find reinforcements, as a lot of these players with the insights now going to be looking for some of those skirmishes. Lil Sheep coming in with the vertical jump lockdown onto Koala will be able to take them down incredibly quickly. New rolling on up. Staff actually going to be clanked before it can hit into that gold focus. Lil Sheep charging it up, cancelling it out, having to be concerned as Big steps into that forward position to come in with that dagger before the staff can properly find any of its value from the length of those charges. Now going for that great sword Takeda ultimate activation, going to be knocking everybody back, so he's able to find the full connection off of the charge, and as a result so much damage is done. That's much having to use the F to be able to go aerial and break away from the threat coming on through, but he's going to go down regardless. Does manage to get parried, however. Lil Sheep taking the opportunity with the peel coming through from the teammates to be able to pick that greatsword back on up, and the fight is going to continue, this time onto QNT's Koala, who was either coming back from Soul Ultra, picked up by their teammates off of the potential third party coming on through a little bit earlier.
Yeah, taking a look here, and Team 2 still just moving across. They do not have the opportunity to go pick up Flatulent. Flatulent does have a resurrection available to themselves, though, so it looks like Team 2 might reposition to cover that resurrection. As we cut over here to Team 4 inside City of Tang, giving chase to Team 11. This Bane's Breath going to be Team 4's that early game Bane's Breath, the strategy we see DRG using inside the NBPL, and it looks to be paying off here for Team 4. They've already picked up 4 early game eliminations for themselves, so off to a great start. Hermine here looking to give chase. They have a bounty onto another player and do not want to give them the opportunity to get away, trying to utilize those grapples with the follow-up on the attacks there just to get as far as they can going vertical. Looks to be Mushroom, who is still the solo player left alive from Team 11 here, and Hermine continues to keep the chase going. Has not been able to spot them just yet, is going to turn their attention over to do a little bit of looting here. Doesn't want to give up that opportunity to get some of those resources under their belt just yet, but they are slowly getting further and further away from their bounty here, and it looks like Team 11's Mushroom going to be heading up towards Plumed Castle, potentially trying to lure that team in. Team 7 here on the other side inside Yueshan Ruins, looking to turn onto Team 1, who just respawned on the top side here, and Team 7 more than happy to take them down while they have almost nothing in their back pocket. They were able to get a couple of purple weapons there, but everybody's still on that white armor, trying to move away. SKDK here trying to get grappled down as we see Lemon here pushing up. We will see the Viper ult being invested here. The Viper V2 coming through, and Lemon says the heck with that. They're going to use the ult to get away. The Tessa charm on the follow-up, though. They're not going to be able to find the full reset, but Adewale more than happy to follow that immediately up as Reverb getting caught out here. Going to use that Yodo F2 just to try to capitalize here. Another potential Viper ult coming out, this time from team number 7. A Tessa ult invested yet again here. Team 7 will lose Adderwalder, but unfortunately no place to go as they're going to get charmed up. Lemon now just completely caught out, is going to get picked up and eliminated as Team 1 against all odds actually comes out on top in this fight, Moxie.
Tessa is just not a fun team to try and rubber band back in on, because you have to remember that she can cast her ultimate at 55%. So if you try and rubber band back in as a Witchen team onto that Tessa team after she's used that ultimate, she's going to have a second to throw out if the fight goes on a little bit too long, and they lost that Yodo incredibly early on before the ultimate was able to try and create any sort of value or force the other team to use that Witch and teleport of their own. As heading over towards Imperial, we're actually going to be seeing one of our Transformer teams going head-to-head. 8 and 12. Tryhard taking a lot of damage up into the uppercut, into grapple extension, into follow-up focus. Tryhard goes down to the wombo combo, and APF is on absolute fire.
Yeah, Team 11 here, back at it again already with 6 eliminations under their belt as we get ready to head into that first realm of gang. Zone 1 is collapsing on to zone number 2. Still 36 players left remaining in the lobby. We're going to see these early stage resurrections head out here very soon as Team 12 just moving across here, looking to move further into the zone, do a little bit of shopping as we keep the early game aggression going. They want to capitalize on all of those Dark Tide coins they've been able to put together with those early eliminations. Cutting across to Team 6 now, going head to head here with Team number 9, Koala, looking to get some of those scale rushes, but is going to get caught out from behind as Team 10 comes in for the third party. That Dragon's Rush going to do so much damage to Koala as it knocks them over the edge here. Kishi forced to go ahead and mech up here just to stay alive as Team 10 starts to come in with a huge cleanup here. Team 6, Koala, trying to break away, going to get caught out again, going to be forced to use the Justina dash just to get away to look for the reset. Casper will go down as we see Team number 9 re-engaging onto this. Koala will break away. Kishi is gone as well, and it is just Koala remaining here for Team number 6. Team 9 now trying to come in and capitalize on this situation to clean up the members of Team number 10. Yan Li going to take a lot of damage. We are going to see the ultimate invested. Zai coming in with the ultimate as well. We'll catch out 2 members from Team number 10. Going to try to find it yet again. They need a couple of hits here. This is crucial, though. They do not have that damage reduction on ultimate like many of the others, but they are able to turn back around and get some of the healing off of the ultimate, looking for that opportunity to throw out that blue one more time with the full charge. There it is. They catch out Xiao into it. Xiao going to take a lot of damage, but the Takeda ult going to buy them a little bit of freedom as the Zai finally goes down. Massive damage coming in from Yan Li there on that purple fan to clean it up. And this is one of the disadvantages of playing Zai here into trios. There are so many players who are able to come in and hit you even while you're locked up in that gold focus. You have no damage reduction in that ultimate, and you take so much damage.
That's why they have the Kurumi. Unfortunately, the Kurumi had gone down when the Zai used the ultimate, but I'm actually such a huge fan of the composition that they're rocking because they have the Wu Chen to be able to disengage, but they have the Kurumi with that F3 to be able to give and provide that damage reduction that, like you said, you don't get. It's not like something like the ACOS where you're able to utilize your F1 to be able to take advantage of that damage reduction buff. Zai is a sitting duck if you're able to break away from the light targets coming through from that ultimate and just chunk her down from afar, and especially brutal if you get third partied because then multiple teams are chipping away and it doesn't so much become a chip as an absolute smashing of that health bar within seconds. No worry about third party, however, as we head into the first round of Yang. Team 12 going to be going up against Team number 5. Sand Siphon miss you on that Cicada. going to be coming in. Mythic Grab connecting. Follow-up Pulse Sword Swing. This is an incredibly low Takeda on the other side, and Cat goes down. Misyu is now going to be free to be able to throw those shelves in whenever they want. Doesn't have to worry about keeping the other Takeda in check. Pushes onto the zip, forcing that ultimate out incredibly early, and now the shoves are being used to lock the zip down into that position so they can pop that V2 burst as soon as possible and look for the kill confirmation as Missy with the horizontal and continuing to hound this zip down with the charged R to keep themselves directly behind her footsteps is going to pick up a very fast and clean fight win. It's always going to be a tough uphill battle when the other team's Sand Siphon Takeda is the first to go down, because that Takeda a lot of the time is the one that the other Takeda has to use the majority of their ultimate to keep in check. The second that Takeda falls out early, you can get so much more aggressive with those shots.
Yeah, I mean, this was so well played by Misyu. Not only is he able to catch Cat out in the air with a massive hit from the pole sword, as he's falling, he pops the F1, and the Cat on the other side must be thinking in his head, okay, he was airborne, he just hit me, surely he doesn't have enough time to pop that F before he touches the ground. So as soon as he comes down, Cat releases a blue onto him, and sure enough, that F1 immediately gets the grab into the flip there, doing a ton of damage onto Cat. And while this is happening, the two teammates on Misyu's side are dogging down the other two players so that they do not see that Cat has gone extremely low. So zipping, Goon from the other team never pops that ultimate, never buys them the time to just get away. Back to Team 12 again, who just won that Realm of Yang, coming in here onto APF's team here, team number 12. And we're also going to see Team 1 here caught up in the mix, going to use that Wu channel to immediately get away, and Team 2 is more than happy to keep this chase going, even though they've burnt ultimates, because they have that resurrection available to themselves from the Vermilion Bird's Might. They want to continue to press any advantage that they have. Unfortunately, it looks like they have lost track of both of these teams, and they miss out on a chance to capitalize on some eliminations while they have that buff. Turning back to team at number 5 here, that Yang depletion coming through. DCRKK already eliminated. Kun going extremely low here. Cat trying to get a grab out onto somebody, will get the elimination on the Mushroom, but can't push onto it because the other members of Team 11 and Team 4 just going to lock them up into the Sand Siphon. They will be eliminated, and of course they have that Yang depletion, so there's no turning back to get the resurrection. That is going to be it for that team. Such an unfortunate turn of events. They were able to get the elimination, Moxie, but could not get their hands onto that Soul Bloom.
Oh, you hate to see it, Rune, when you do so much, but that's the one, well, I say one, that's one of the major problems when you have that Yang depletion, right? You have to play a lot more aggressive, and even though you're able to find the kill, a lot of the time you have to place in such an aggressive position that even finding the kill still means that you lose overall. As heading over towards Lakes, we are going to see one of these teams already down one of those major players. Sand Siphon, lacking that Z-ping, is immediately going to be the get out signal for team number 10, as he's just trying to use the pulse and horizontal momentum off of these grapples to keep himself out from that fight as long as possible. They don't even have enough coins to be able to buy that zip back. It looks like it really has just been a call to get out and preserve the team to live to fight another day and potentially get to buy that zip back, as it's going to be all the way towards the outskirts of that zone. Soft stepping Geckofoot, this is something that you and I have had a little bit of a discussion about, whether or not that soft stepping Geckofoot combination is actually a little bit of a nerf to soft step, given the fact that Geckofoot is one of those soldiers that not a lot of players, especially at this level, like to run with, because it really does mess with the timing on those scale rushes.
Well, the interesting thing about Geckofoot and why it's not utilized as much as well is just in terms of slotting it in as a 6 Soul Jade, right? There's so many other things you would rather have. I think with time, this is going to become a much more favored version of this particular Soul Jade, because players now will have the opportunity to get used to the movement with Geckofoot. The big problem is because so many players opt out of taking it because there's just better Soul Jades to run. that they aren't used to that movement yet. Now that it's combined with the Soul Jade that players would actually like to use, that soft step, and it has the potential to be upgraded as well, I think over time as players adjust to that movement, they're going to be very happy to have it, especially here on a map like Holoroth, where there are so many of these rock faces, and that gecko foot just makes it so much easier to transverse. It's going to be one of those Jades that time is going to tell, but I do think in time it will be favored. Unfortunately for Yan Li here, there's nothing to be favored here. Yeah. They are being completely boxed in and gatekept by team number 8 here, and they know Yan Li is here. They are more than happy to keep it going. Unfortunately, they don't fan out. They stick together, and Yan Li sees an opening in a weakness in the wall, if you will, finds a way to slip through. Team 8 will see them, but Yan Li just going to try to keep it moving here, trying to keep Team 8 out of that grapple range. Team 8 also having taken a lot of tick damage there will eventually have to stop to look for the reset to get those heals off, so Yanni might survive. As we turn back to team number 2 here, turking heavily in onto team 4 here. We're going to see the Wisp come in, Flatulent trying to get the Sand Wisp out to keep them from taking the Realm of Yang. Not able to catch it, but they will head into the Realm of Yang, as it looks like team 2 is going to be going head-to-head with team 4, whether they like it or not. No potential for third party, but team 4 might be on the back foot.
All ultimates going to be available for team number 2. Don't know if they are. But team number 4, Henmei just charging up that pulsar, looking to try and dunk someone down with the vertical drop. Flatulent, oh my goodness, that was almost such a huge Dragon Slice. He's still looking for it, as he's now going to run into Numza with that Takeda ultimate, making sure he's not able to find the lineup. Temi ultimate invested from both of these teams. Flatulent taking so much damage. It's actually going to be Sin who's dropping that Zip ultimate first. Flatulent still trying to find an opportunity and window to use this Dragon Slayer, but he keeps being shoved back by the Takeda on team number 4. Longshot now out for Henmei to be able to try and come in. Fletchman finally able to come in with a Dragon Slayer, but he's interrupted from the actual kill confirmation by the horizontal charge up from team 4's Takeda, and he goes down. Team 2 now missing 2 of their players, since also going to finally lose their last. And what a peel! What a longsword interruption coming through to save them from that Nezhaz.
So we often talk about this, right? A lot of players, as soon as they pick up a spear, one of the reasons it's kind of unfavored is because you'll see players who often just end up crutching the Dragon Rush, right? It makes it very obvious what you're going for and what you're trying to do, but we see a clear example of why players do that, because of the amount of value you're able to get when you do finally land it, and that's exactly what we saw there at Team 2. We're finally able to put together a single Dragon's Rush into that Gold Nezha's Might, and to come out on top because of it, even after losing 2 of their members there in the Realm of Yang. Casper here, the last remaining member for Team 6, going to get charmed here. No place to go, as the other team here, our lovely Team 1, just chases him down and puts an end to him here. Very unfortunate for Casper here, but Team 1 super happy about picking up their 4th elimination of the game. Scaling being a little rough here for team number 1, as they are still rocking 2 sets of blue armor, trying to head into this mid game and looking to make it to late game. We are zone 3 right now. 60 seconds till we start to clap us onto zone 4, as we cut back to Niu going head to head here with team number 8. A parry coming in there from B, but not going to follow up on it, as the rest of the team looking to cover from B. Tap dodges away, takes a ton of damage though, gets put into the wall. B just looking to get a single pot off here so he can come back into the fight. That white armor not going to cut it though, as Tryhard coming in here with that huge pole sword, cuts him down to size. Coming in now, looking to clean up the remaining members of Niu. Catches Big off guard there, able to get double hits there. Big by himself in a 1v3 scenario. This is the nightmare. This is not where you want to be if you're the team looking to capitalize on these early games. And unfortunately, that's going to be it for Niu, as Team 8 sends them back to the lobby.
Third parties coming in though. Team number 12 rolling on up. Tryhard actually getting his sprint banned out. Going to have to use that ultimate on that Tianhai to be able to survive a lot of that pressure coming through. The Kurumi had just used the ultimate as well, so they're not going to have it. Has to go for the Flamer to make sure that no one looks to chunk Tryhard's feet down. Teva going to be activated. That F3 coming in clutch. It does now heal as Ski just tap dodges with that Kurumi to keep the Teva available and attached to Tryhard, who's been able to find a double grab. Elquin going incredibly low, gets reverb grabbed and slammed into the ground. 6 feet under do they go, and that Yuasian ultimate still going to be available as well for a couple more seconds. It's now dropped on out, and Team 8 have to worry about the fact that they're going to be vulnerable without both of those transformations available, but because he's been able to cycle back into that Kurumi ultimate, they don't have to worry about trying to disengage or survive, and they've actually been able to lock a player down entirely into that Razor Swift. Out Miss You goes. Now it's just a numbers fight. They're going to be able to try and cut off that portal disengagement coming on through over towards Frozen, as we actually see Tryhard committing all the way through the portal to try and chase that player down and figure out where exactly they've run off to.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. You know, we have not talked enough today about how massive that Kurumi buff is. The ability to keep a monk player healed while you're giving them that damage reduction as well is just absolutely massive. Team 4 here, though, turning on to the members of team number 2. Team 4 down to just Numza now and completely locked down in that stone form, and unfortunately it is stone form on the pole sword, so it is much less damage reduction coming through, and they're just able to chunk them down. But Team 2 is unaware of team number 8 coming back through the portal and going to come in onto the third party. Team 8 threatening the space, but not going to push onto Team 2 because crucially they did just burn through all of their ultimates in that previous fight. They are down resources. They would much rather pick through these bodies and get some much needed resources and turn back away and get an opportunity to get those ultimates back online before they push and engage on a fight here. And again, that Kurumi tether coming in through that F3, just absolutely massive. There we go. They're going to pop the no ult zone as well, which will continue to buy them time to get those ultimates back up online. Team 8 knows exactly what they're doing as Team 7 turns in on to Team 1 here. Reverb going to get stunned out there by the short stun from Team 7's Quinn Ling, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Quinn Ling taking a ton of damage and just immediately gets blitzed through as the entire team turns onto them. DRX extremely low, will use the ult to pull them away and buy them just enough time to use that F to get some shield back on these players. Team 7's will get the resurrection onto Quinn Ling, and Quinn Ling will find a blue armor to swap into here, but the Tessa ultimate going to come through and connect onto 2 players from Team 7. Now we're going to see their Wu Chen ult invested as Team 10 comes in for the potential third party, and Team 1 sitting on the back foot here. No ultimates, no way to get away from this at all. If Team 10 keeps the pressure up, there's not going to be a place for Team 1 to go, and Team 1's only direction to run away is back into Team number 7. Team 7 here doesn't want anything to do with this fight. They know the third party's coming through, so they are going to just break away. Team 1 is able to create some space and hopefully pull that attention away from themselves onto Team number 7 so that they can get away here, and that's exactly what it looks like they've been able to do. Team 1 will live to fight another day, Moxie.
And that means that we'll see all of these teams go at it again in about a minute when all of those ultimates come back online. Reverb really wanted one of those players dead, was getting into position to be able to close up the distance and use the F3, but they're actually intercepted by the Wu Chen before they're able to find the hit, and as a result the team are able to fully teleport out and don't have to worry about spending too much time picking that body up off of the Ken. Now we're going to get to see the same fight take 2. The only difference is this time Team 8 are caught out right in the middle of it. This is where Tryhard's team had run away from when they did pop that no ult zone very smartly, because they saw both Team 1 and Team 8 rolling up in the distance and knew that they needed to make those 2 teams fight each other, allowing them the opportunity to disengage Boulder's ultimates back up so that when they do get pressured, not only are they going to have the full transformation sequence, they're going to be able to have just kill potential and also spacing threat too. Especially Tryhard, he knows how to play around things things like the Viper ultimate. He's not going to panic and pop that ultimate too early, so he does get cancelled out of it. And as a result, we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams having to be a lot more careful about how they try and approach these Transformer teams. Sand Siphon doesn't really have to worry about that. Attack on Titan teams do, because the Viper ultimate in that charge up state can be interrupted by the grabs. If you're a Sand Siphon team and you're going up against Transformers, there's a reason we're seeing the Monks take a hit in this meta, and it's because even if you find the double grab, that Zip V2 kicks in and saves absolutely everybody, so you don't find that same kill potential that you do when you're going up against something like that Attack on Titan team, where you're not only able to find the kills, but also able to deny a lot of the win conditions in the form of those ultimate setups as well. So we have 15 players left in this lobby, everyone going to start to move forward and posture up for the spawning of the Morris Blessing. For some teams, especially if they're running the Takeda, it's all about being able to scale your V3 into that golden state. For these Transformer teams, it's going to be about scaling your TN height to have the most kill potential and also the healthiest amount of armor with it scaling up off of the loot when you're in that ultimate activation. Team 2-7 on that Zip playing a little bit more forward, because if they take a couple of hits too many, they're going to be able to fall back to the rest of their team with the help of that F1. Morris Blessing actually going to immediately come into control of team number 8. Team 10 a little bit caught out in the middle, not really wanting to make their presence known and push onto a team because they're going to get third-partied by the team directly behind them. And as a result, Team 8 are able to walk away with that Morris Blessing. It does look like someone has Flames Breath on the cannon or Fire Tick on the bow, because we are seeing that burning tick damage starting to attack some of these health bars. But Rune, this might be a slow one, as everyone's going to be playing a little bit more passively, a lot more defensively, wanting to hold on to these ultimates for as long as possible, only really applying a little bit of pressure, just enough to try and force some of these teams into parting with resources, so that when the zone properly collapses and it becomes that all-out slugfest, it's the ultimates and abilities you have to immediately pull out, rather than just disengaging and popping a Vitalia.
Well, crucially as well, take a look at this final zone. Look at how much cover there is. Regardless of where you are, this looks like a very open final zone, but we've seen time and time again these players very able to utilize even the most minimal of cover to escape from entire ultimates and teams, as well as to escape from monk grabs. You know, Tryhard's team is going to be 100% waiting for this zone to collapse as much as humanly possible before they try to invest those ultimates and get away here. We're going to see Team 7 here trying to turn on to another team here, but the Wu Channel going to be invested to get them away, and Team 7 going to lose 2 of their players immediately here as yet another third party coming in. Team 2 trying to come in and clean it up, and they will find an elimination there. Unfortunately for team number 1, they're on the backside here, not in a strong position. Team 8 and Team 2 going to be sandwiched in between both of them. DRK trying to break away, trying to turn over onto team number 2. Unfortunately, team 2 still has all of their ultimates in the tank here. Massive chunks of damage coming out. Yogurt is going to be eliminated from a bow shot from downtown here from team number 10, and team 2 just in a horrible situation as they turn back. The rest of team 1 trying to come inside here, puts themselves in a box as team 10 just comes in and cleans them up and says, thanks for putting yourself in the kill box here. And things turn very rapidly, Moxie, as we were expecting this zone to go very slow. We go from 15 players to 7 players left remaining alive. Sheep caught on the outside here against team number 8, the last remaining player here, and team 8 would love to have this second set of legendary armor, so they're going to invest ultimates here because they want to put it onto their Yueshon as well. Sheep, no place to go, and sure enough, they're going to go down. A Dodo on the backside here, still in the ultimate, trying to use Yueshon to cover as we see team 10 looking to come in. We're down to just 6 players left alive. This is the final fight, Moxie.
Dodo making that break over towards the body. Kurumi ultimate invested as Tryhard goes for the transformation. He's got 1. He's looking for that second. If he can find it, he's unfortunately not able to. His Crazy is actually just tap dodging left to right every single time he throws out, and it does look like the play was able to wiggle out of Tryhard's hand. As a result, Smelch ultimate also going to be making it even harder for this monk to find value. He's got 1 in his hand yet again, but it's still being denied the second. The fan looking to try and scoop Yanli into closing distance for this Yushan to be able to build up as much rage as possible, to have that ultimate available. 5 players remaining, and it's going to be a Dodo now in the back foot. 99% to the ultimate, goes for the double jump to be able to hold on just long enough, but he goes down as the ultimate becomes available. Oh, what a turnaround.
I mean, this was an unfortunate turn of events for Team 8 immediately. When Team 10 comes over the top road onto Tryhard's team there, the immediate target acquisition is the Kurumi. They immediately blitz her out of existence, and though Tryhard is able to get the ultimate up, it is a very short timer for this team. We've seen time and time again how vulnerable Monk is without a Kurumi, especially now that Kurumi F3 has the damage reduction they can feed onto the Monk as well. As soon as that target acquisition comes through and the Kurumi goes down, there's almost no hope of Team 8 coming out on top unless they land some very crucial double grabs, and he's just not able to find it, because when you're the last team in a lobby as a Transformer, the Monk just is very easy to tap dodge. You know where it's coming from. He was able to find the solo grab amidst the chaos, but as soon as that chaos died down and they realized, oh cool, they've got one of our teammates, it was just, we're prioritizing not getting grabbed up here. And the Yueshan unfortunately was not in a position to help lock down members of that enemy team for Tryhard to be able to pick up. And it's textbook Monk comp, right? As soon as that Kurumi goes down, it is the first domino in a series of events that you know what's going to follow up, Moxie.
Yeah, it was a really good Tumult ultimate as well, to be able to just cordon off that Yushan from being able to just jump on those players and light stagger them so that they're not able to tap dodge around those hands. Because like you said, when you don't have the chaos of having to dodge 6 other transformed monks, it's so much easier to be able to time your dodges, and especially at this level, the players know the rhythm. It really is Transformers finding the value in the chaos of the fight. As you can see here, Tryhard is able to find the double grabs because not everyone on Team 12 is looking directly at him. Instead, they're having to contest with a Dodo on that Yushan, just jumping on them with the staggers. Surely we'll get to see as well the cannon damage coming through from, I believe it was Team 10, when they go up against that Tesla team. Lil Sheep unfortunately taking a lot of damage from that Yushan. It's really smart as well from a Dodo. He finds the kill, leaves the bloom to be able to backtrack on top of it. He doesn't want the legendary armor. He wants the bloom to be able to properly reset, but unfortunately takes so much damage here at this moment. Tryhard already having gone down because of that lack of Kurumi. A Dodo just trying to hold on as long as possible to get the health replenished that he can use that Yushan ultimate to try and find a couple of kills, and if he's not able to find the kills, look to just jump into the zone and deny the kill from going through from the other team. But that is unfortunately not to be, and we're going to be seeing that Sand Siphon composition walk out on top. And yet again, it feels like the win condition is there for the Transformers team, but Sand Siphon, they see that door opening ever so slightly and immediately slam it shut. Even with the Kurumi buffs coming through, the fact that you are still forced to hold off any style of attacking when that tether is up makes it so detrimental for the Kurumi to be able to defend herself, as opposed to the Zip, who is free to weave in and out of aggressive and defensive positions with both the V2 and the F1, because it's not immediately cancelled out by just holding your own against a mechanical fight that's going on around you.
Yeah, as we take a look here at the scoreboard as well, though, NTL able to move in that first place position. This is very unfortunate. This is what I talked about halfway through the game here. Crazy Cow goes out early this game. They're not able to find the value they usually are out of their first 2 games because they get eliminated so early here and actually find themselves in second place now. So coming into game number 3, they're going to have to look to try to find a big value game again if they want to have any sort of cushion heading later into the day. NTL sitting in first over top of them at a 41.9. DPCQ gaining a couple of points here with that 28.6. Billy Smile sitting relatively better than they were last time here at a 28.2. Not a ton of value, but still maintaining that top 4 position. S-Worms moving up quite a bit here into 5th place at a 24.8, and OU rounding out our top 6 right now at a 19.6. Unfortunately for TDM, 2 0-point games in a row, going to be quite hard for them. Lonely here was our team that was in 6th place before. Unfortunately, they have fallen even further down the leaderboard here, is struggling to find value here in game number 2. We still have 4 games to go, though, and speaking of escaping as well, Moxie, we're going to take a short escape before we come back and lock in for our third game of the day. Welcome back to Astral Cup, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, the Runekeeper, joined by my lovely duocaster here, the lovely Moxie, as we get ready to head into game number 3. Very interesting first couple of games here. These Transformer comps coming through game 1, not able to find as much value as they would like. In their second game here, though, even though they don't quite make it all the way to the end, they find a lot of value throughout the game, and they play extremely well, especially utilizing those Karumi buffs coming off of the tether. You know, Ski, definitely my MVP for game number 2, Moxie. The way that he's able to tether onto Tryhard, who's playing the Monk, and has so much confidence to never break that tether, is willing to tap dodge absolutely everything, to use a couple of those hold dodges as well, mixing it up, and never breaks the tether throughout multiple fights, continuing to give Tryhard that damage reduction on top of the healing coming through from that F3 on the Kurumi. This is something that's extremely difficult for new players to pick up when they're trying to learn this composition, and it's actually something that players even in the NBPL struggle with, because you're able to just put that Kurumi in a position where she feels forced to break that tether one way or the other, and then that's exactly how you beat that particular comp, is that target focus onto the Kurumi, which is what we saw in the end. The Kurumi was finally able to just be completely dogged down by Team 10 when they come over the top rope there. But Ski doing a phenomenal job for their team there and holding that tether as long as possible. As we head back to Morris Isle for game number 3, what are you expecting to see, Moxie?
I mean, I'm hoping we get to see Hardy, but you and I, we were talking in between the break. I don't think we're going to get to see Hardy, purely because, as you said, trying to work out synergy between such a newly released hero is going to be a lot harder, as well as having to sacrifice certain compositions like the Sand Siphon, like the Attack on Titan, which are just so drilled into how to play. I was about to eat my words if we cut over to a team and there's a Hardy, but it's not. It's Attack on Titan variation with a Tessa fighting over Money Spot at the moment. Reverb going incredibly low. We're actually going to see Yogurt throwing out the ultimate, trying to peel for their Viper, coming in to set up the Dragon Slayers into Nezhaz, pulling the full focus as well, as their two teammates are able to capitalize on that stun animation that Yogurt is able to set on up. Incredibly smart play coming through from Tessa, taking advantage of the fact that when you're in that first drop fight, Tessa gets her ultimate up faster than a lot of these other heroes, so you are immediately able to capitalize off of that. One is moving over to Shipwreck. It does look like we're going to be in another one of those incredibly aggressive lobbies. Kishi on that Wu-Chan has that longsword, looking to try and find an in at the moment. Koala's the only one currently. Actually, both of Casper and Kishi do have great armor, but they have to be incredibly careful that they don't drop down in some of these other teams. Kishi charging up that charged horizontal on the longsword, looking to play off of the stagger set up by his team. The overhead hold Spit actually getting committed onto doing so much damage, but we're actually going to see Namza go down. There was a Kurumi Tower off on the right side, and it does look like actually one player was able to be picked up off of the back of it, but almost immediately they're going to go down as Viper Ultimate now invested. Koala without the armor to be able to keep themselves alive through the windup, going to go down. Viper Ultimate denied. Team kill picked up.
Yeah, turning it over here to Team 12 yet again. Miss you. Little caught out here. Two of their teammates down here trying to come over as Dodo tries to get the resurrection on the Ski. Will be able to tap dodge the grab though, keep it going and keep the attention of the Monk busy. Dodo yet again at the last possible second using the iframes to get away. Miss you here not having any of it, really wants to come in, tries to use the stamp to keep a Dodo from the body. A Dodo actually jumps up into the grab though. No! A Dodo might have just ended things here for team number 8. Try hard with a lick of HP on the backside. What were you thinking, Dodo? Oh my goodness, Tryhard coming up, looking up for some pots here. Such an unfortunate turn of events. Miss you gonna use that bell there. Coming in, Tryhard trying to utilize the staff. There it is, the Decade ultimate though. No place for Miss you to go. The hit confirm into the staff. This is gonna be it for Miss you here. Very unfortunate. He's the only one with a resurrection available on the team as well. Miss you gonna have to run it back and spend this game trying to get APF and their other teammate back in it.
Oh, I flashed back to Jacob last year, Rune, with Roy Hehe getting a 1 versus 3 off of a double grab. Now we're going to be seeing team number 10 trying to take on team number 1. Kurumi armor restore actually picked up for this Transformer team. Very interesting to see that. They do have purple armor on that Yushan, however, so they're going to be getting the full amount of value for that ultimate. Teva invested now to be able to keep everyone topped back up, as team number 1 did look for that disengagement. Team 3 also on the horizon, looking to try and come in with that third party. Team 10 might kite their way over towards the Ballista, neither their ultimates, to be able to sit on this weapon and make sure that no one wants to fully commit to the chase on that Transformer team, and that is exactly what happens. The Yushan moving their way up into the Blister, making sure that their Monk and Karumi aren't taking too much pressure behind them as we move back into Shipwreck. Grapple cancel coming out onto Sin's Yushan. No one going down just yet for the team, as we're going to be seeing the Wishan Blades coming through. Viper ultimate now invested. That silence going to be dodged by everyone breaking away behind the buildings, but it catches one out, and Sin Solo immediately goes down. Parry picked up as well off of the back of commitment onto that blue. Koala trying to come in with those nunchucks. Wishan ultimate going to be invested to be able to pick Casper right back up. I do believe the Yodo still has that ultimate to be able to use if QNT wants to try and rubber band back into that fight, but they have to be careful because since Numsa actually had gone for the transformation to be able to make sure that they're defending that body and find the revive and full reset that the Witch and teleport disengagement allowed for the team.
Yeah, Team 6 here, like you said, able to disengage that Wu Chen ult. This is why Wu Chen is probably going to be one of those heroes that never really falls out of the meta, Moxie. The amount of utility that he realistically brings to the team, the fact that he's able to use Golden Focus off of that first F as well, able to restore shield for the team, to act as a pseudo healer in the middle of a fight. You're able to block projectiles with those wind walls as well for a limited time. And then, of course, you have that ultimate, which is able to buy you so much of a reset. It's also an ultimate that is you're able to use to kind of bait other ultimates out as well. You're able to take these engagements with team, force them to start using those transformation ults, and while those transformations are going through, you can literally just use the Wu Chen ult during the same channel period and get your team out, and now they're not able to find any value in those ultimates, and all you've traded is a singular ult, especially when you're playing that Attack on Titan comp that we see constantly. Once those ultimates are down, you can re-engage onto that team that has now lost their core ultimate loop that they weren't able to get any value off of. You're able to come back in with a Viper stun, something like the Yodo, or even replacing the Yodo with the Tessa that we've seen as well, and just start to lock this team down, and they have no sort of out like you do because of your ability to have that Wu Chen, and it's why I never see this hero realistically falling out of the meta. We're going to see Fly here, Neo looking to come in here on team at number 2. Viper ult being invested there by Flashlight. Unfortunately, B just gets completely eliminated. Fly tries to stay away from this so that they also don't get stun locked out here. Unfortunately, when they do go back in trying to save something, they are going to be completely eliminated. The third party getting ready to come through. Big here in a bit of a pickle. Not only are the wind walls down, going to be able to block these hands coming through, but he has no support coming through from the team either. There's multiple teams nearby as well, so he's going to be forced into the zone with no healing coming from a Karumi, and we're going to see Team 2 continue to keep the pressure up. Waits for the bell, gets the read on it, comes through, gonna pop the F2 on top of him, comes in with those. All the Yodo has to do is repop the ability, but it's not even gonna go for it. Just utilizes the clanks there to let the zone do the work. And Sheep here able to pick up yet another elimination as Team 2 continues to hold the edge of the zone for him here, so he can come back in with little to no worry, Moxie.
Yeah, it looked like Neo were actually using that Karumi Tether earlier before the fight began because of that pressure coming through from the Attack on Titan team when they were looking to run away. And unfortunately for them, losing that fight is going to significantly set them back in terms of being able to try and put themselves into taking this first round of Yang, something that the Transformer team really needs because it's the easiest way to be able to scale your loot early on in these rounds. There's no surprises. That's the exact reason why we're going to be seeing Team 5 posture up to try and take a realm of Yang themselves. Purple armor already onto Cat. Not running the F2, running the F1. Cat looking to just try and threaten this space. Karumi Umbrella actually going to be popped early, coming through from Team 8 to have that defense buff. Now it's going to be a race, and Cat gets griefed out of being able to go through the portal. Has anyone been able to make it? Tumultuous Ultimate is actually going to force Cat into using that TN High Ultimate early. Zip Ultimate now going to be popped. Cat going to be be receiving the Kurumi heal early on, since you can recast that circle, so your Monk is able to freely move around a little bit more without having to worry about being denied that avenue of sustain, as we get to see that Realm of Yang that Team 8 were able to take going up against Team number 7. The Dodo on that Tianhai, still holding onto the ultimate, looking to scale rush with this spear and find a lockdown, continuing to harass and move around the Yushan in ultimate up for Team 7, but the scale rush from a Dodo making it a lot harder for any of these players to actually stay static enough for the Yushan to be able to find that lockdown that he's been looking for, and he's out of ultimate. Tianhai still with the ultimate of his own. Now he's going to use it to divide and conquer the rest of the team, since the Yushan isn't going to be able to pop the ultimate and save himself, and 2 players go down in quick succession, leaving the lone Tianhai in the ultimate being peppered away by this repeating crossbow and pole sword coming through from Tryhard. He does get grabbed, but the rest of the team have enough damage to keep us back safe, and Team 8 walk away with the win.
This was disgusting, Dodo. Not only do you pull out the Monk's natural born enemy there in the repeating crossbow, but you turn around and you style on him by getting the elimination with your Wisp. You get him low enough, you let your team whack him one more time, and then you throw the Wisp. You literally throwing sand in the man's eye. Come on, Dodo. That was disrespectful, downright. But a very clean fight coming out from that team. The target acquisition, very strong. And, of course, just utilizing every piece to their advantage. Able to utilize the ultimate there to keep those Monk hands from coming through once he transformed. And, of course, stepping all the way through the backside and just tearing through him with that repeating crossbow. And again, this is something we've seen time and time again when it comes to these particular Monk comps. That repeating crossbow, something like Venom Tip, is just such a detriment. It's like trying to climb a massive wall with no climbing gear when you're a Monk. You are just getting put into the blender, and there's nothing your team can do about it. Your Kurumi can tether you, but you are such a big target, and that Venom Tick is going to tick away so fast at your life bar. As we cut back here to Team 11, moving away here from team number 8 as they continue to give chase. And Team 11 knows they don't want to take this fight. They're potentially going to be playing into a buff on the side of team number 8, and they don't want to take a fight at a disadvantage. A little bit of swap going here, but Tryhard comes up over the top here with the pole sword. Some coverage coming in, going to buy a little bit of protection for Mushroom, but Mushroom immediately going to eat that pole sword. We see the ult invested here as well, as they just try to come in and get Mushroom away from the rest of this fight. Plan B trying to utilize that long sword here, but Zhao going to take a ton of damage. The ultimate already being invested here from the zipping. Tryhard and Plan B caught in the Wisp. He's just barely able to get away. Tryhard trying to charge up those verticals on that pole sword and catch somebody off guard. Will catch Plan B with the stage 1 onto the vertical. Dodo will turn around and do it again. Plan B taking a ton of damage here. Dodo up in the tree looking for the reset. Mushroom is going to go down as Team 11 here loses one of their members, about to lose another. They get Tryhard, though. Unfortunately, he's got the Vermilion Birds by Plan B, able to stay alive here, but it's now him versus Ski, and sure enough, they're going to clean up the elimination. Ski, Tryhard, more than happy with this turn of events. A Dodo goes down, but he does have the Vermilion. He's just going to come back and regroup with the team.
Well, one team that needs to come back at the moment is team number 7. They have that Yang depletion. They're looking to try and find these kills. Feeling just coming through with that Katana. Has to be careful that they're not going to take too much damage, hiding behind the Monk at the moment to be able to get that shield reset. 1 minute and 34 seconds. This is not a place that you want to be fighting. Celestra is renowned for how easy it is for these players to slip away from these fights, and it seems like everyone from Team 7 is trusting in the Monk to be able to lock the players down before they're able to disengage and use the buildings to block line of sight and slip away silently. They've been able to find 1 kill. That's 1 soul blip that's going to be cleansed from them. Kurumi ultimate invested as well, so that Krillin can get aggressive on top of the rooftop, overholding the Katana to bait the red flash coming through from his opponent. Now commits onto it, putting themselves into Canyon. Grapple cancel now coming on through, but because of the terrain, he's not able to actually go for a combo string. And behind them, it does look like Edward has actually been forced to use that Tianhai ultimate early. Now we're going to be seeing Krillin on the Yueshan, looking to try and knock down some of these players. If you're in your ultimate, however, you're not able to grab the Soul Bloom. So they need to find these kills in quickly and then drop out of the ultimate. Otherwise, Rune is going to be no good. They're going to be kicked out of the lobby to the depletion. And they're going up against a team with the Karumi F3. That damage reduction is making it so much harder for Team 7 to find any damage that actually sticks onto these players. Kree still on the Yushin ultimate is going to be dropping out of it just now. Are they going to be able to find a kill? The bell denies Kree from being able to connect the Karumi ultimate, keeping everyone topped up. Kree now going to get staggered out by the other Yushan's ultimate, going into the building to be able to scale rush through the door frame, but he gets caught out. And it's team number 7, unfortunately, that haven't been able to find the kills in time. Team 10 walk away with the fight win and deny the comeback from the team that had Yang depletion.
They've tried so hard here, Moxie. It's a kind of deadly situation for them, though. Not only are you inside Celestial, where people are able to break your ankles so easy just by using that terrain to get those scale rushes and keep moving around, you also have that Karumi, of course, with the F3, using the tether, the ultimate coming through just to keep everyone topped up, not even allowing you to pick up the elimination and then just Karumi tethering to get the resurrection and keep them into the game. Just saying, if we keep topped up, that Yang depletion is going to come through and kill you. There's nothing you can do about it. And sure enough, they just have enough sustain and engage and disengage from that fight to keep Team 7 from finding any sort of value there. We're going to see Team 6 here heading in, looking to go on to this Morris Blessing, but we do have Team number 2 looking to come through. We're going to see the Yodo F invested here, as well as the Wuchen Wind Walls to come through. Sheep going to come from the other side as we cut to the realm of Yang here. It's going to be Team number 8 going head-to-head with Team number 12. A little bit of a run back here for these two teams. APF trying to come in. Oh my goodness, a massive parry onto a Dodo Scale Rush. Sorry, not Scale Rush, but Dragon's Rush there. Mithu coming in more than happy with his upgrade to the Legendary Spear as the Dodo tries to come in again, and he does it again! Mithu finds the parry a second time onto a Dodo. A Dodo continues to try to commit to the Dragon's Rush, but he's not able to find it as he gets parried both times. Now inside here, the Temi ult coming through as the Dodo looks to use the Wisp, trying to lock down somebody. Ski taking a lot of damage from the Yueshan though, and the double grab from Mithu. A Dodo is gonna go down as team number 8 is getting rinsed through here by Mithu. The double grab costing them entire member. Tryhard on the backside looking for the scale rush. You're going to see the Takeda ult coming through, trying to buy them some value. Tryhard going to get picked up. The ult going to end here, but into the Karumi ultimate. Tryhard just locked on the edge here. Another Dragon's Rush going to be parried off here by APF. Tryhard trying to find a reset, will find one pot. No ultimate available though, coming in here with the Pulsar, just looking to do as much damage as they can. They will find damage onto APF, and against all odds, Team 8 being kept alive by the healer here. Ski just doing everything they can. Oh my goodness, there it is, the Dreadful Whale to lock it out, and against all odds, Tryhard's team turns that around, Moxie.
Sometimes you have an ace up your sleeve. Sometimes you have a Dreadful Whale in your back pocket, and the fact that they waited until that last moment to throw out the Dreadful Whale is so unexpected. You're not able to parry it before it charges up into that golden. At that point, you just have to take your hands off of the keyboard. Wonderfully played. We were talking that we'd been impressed by Ski on the Karumi, but I mean, that zip sustainability? Oh, if we had a stat tracker, that would have been through the roof. The fact that everyone is able to stay alive sans one of your players because of the punishment coming through from that double grab. Now we're going to see that Assassin's Lunge coming through from 7 with the dagger, looking to lock down QNT's Casper, who's trying to stay ahead of his chasers with the dual halberd movement tech. Up he goes into the tree off of the opportunity provided by that Yodo F. Gets interrupted by the scale rush, however, and that's going to be Team 7 able to find the elimination. Clean stuff coming through from them. But my goodness, we do really have to talk about the fact that Dreadful Whale, it's I think the first time as well that we've seen it today. Very much is immensely powerful, and a lot of the time you do see it being run a lot more inside those Realm of Yangs for the reason that it has so much damage off of the back of it, yes, but the lockdown potential. When you're able to actually get into that golden charge and keep a player trapped right into the middle of it, you immediately come to your other teammates, hey, I have someone in Dreadful, we're going to be able to combo into other soldiers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I don't know why we've gone back to Dreadful Whale being gold focus. It's just absolutely such a strong Jade on probably arguably one of the strongest weapons in the game right now. We have seen dagger meta for a long time, and many players just keeping one in their back pocket for the movement alone. As we take a look here, a fight breaking out between team number 8 and team number 2 here. Team number 8, with that Mystic Might, getting that 25% damage reduction, is going to be in a strong position to take this fight. Team number 2 trying to stay spread out here so that they can just keep pressuring team 8 away. They know that buff's not going to last for too terribly longer. They have about a minute left. Tryhard, though, trying to utilize a little bit of cover, trying to utilize some of that surfing off of the pole sword to reposition to the flank there and catch one of these players outright. But team 2 continues to position this extremely well. Sheep gonna get caught here with a grapple. We're gonna see them come in here, and Tryhard out in front is gonna pop that F1, wants to come in, wants to get one of them to make the mistake to throw the blue. There it is. Tryhard's gonna find the value, and the rest of his team is gonna be able to push in now. There's the Viper roll. Tryhard extremely topside hard, just waiting to come cover for his team as the Viper roll ends, and sure enough, he will be able to do that there with the Takeda ultimate, and they're gonna be forced to pop the Wu-Chan ultimate as they find a ton of value out of Tryhard alone there, being able to come in, catch Sheep out, and just keep the pressure going. They have only invested that ultimate there from Tryhard and just want to keep them locked down. They're going to give chase here, looking for Team 2. Unfortunately, the Mystic Might has run out. So as soon as Team 2 is able to get a full reset, they're going to be coming in one ultimate for one ultimate, and it is going to be an even fight. They will not have that 25% damage reduction, but they've already invested ultimates here. They do not want to give up on the chase of the fight. Tryhard entering the fight again with that F1 active here, trying to bait somebody into the blue so he can get it. Unfortunately, he will walk into a purple, and Tryhard going to take a lot of damage from that dagger down. Now just getting locked up here inside that pole sword. We're going to see the damage continue to come through, but Flatulent going to go down to a dodo here as yet another third party rolls through. Team 10 just coming in to find some value out of this fight. Team 1 sitting topside watching this turn of events as it goes down. Tryhard able to get a little bit of a reset, but going to start taking a lot of damage again. That legendary pole sword saving him quite a bit. We will see Ski use some of their abilities here to buy a safety net for Tryhard. He's trying to find the scale rush. He's able to get away from those grapples, able to use the ultimate to get another one off. But Kwizu going to come in there on the Yuashan ult, doing a lot of stagger onto Tryhard and quite a bit of damage. Tryhard trying to find a reset, but shots raining from every single direction. The Tessa ultimate will come through. Tryhard trying to get away here. He will get topside and just enough time to get away. Yogurt will catch a little bit of damage. Tryhard going to come in with that pole sword, though. There we go. The F1 comes up. He's able to get the grab out and get away here, but Ski separated from the rest of the team, fighting Team 10 by themselves. Their healer completely locked down, grabbed up, no place to go. Ski's going to go down. Adodo and Tryhard are able to regroup, but they are going to lose the most crucial part of their team, Moxie.
And it's right in the middle as well. If they try and stick this revive, they're going to get jumped on by two different teams because Team 10 are still taking pressure from Team 1 on the high ground. Ski not yet going to burn out. If Tryhard's team play this smartly, they can wait for Team 1 and Team 10 to aggress into each other, and that's exactly what they're doing. Out of the bushes they go, out onto the low ground they go. They're going to be able to pick up Ski, wait for that alive 14 count to go to 15. There it is. The revive is stuck. They've got Ski back into the game. Reverb now coming in with that Viper ultimate, looking to try and find some of these stuns. Karumi's going to golden focus with that ultimate to be able to keep everyone healed right on up, and that damage and potential coming through from Team 13 and 12 on the flank is actually going to bully Team 1 out of being able to capitalize. Repeating crossbow instead coming through from Reverb as they are not scaled up. Blue armor still on Yogurt and DRX, the purple on the Viper for the sole reason of getting them to survive the wind-up damage of that ultimate, as we're going to see them just having to play extremely passively, wait for those ultimates to charge up, and only then look for an instigation into a fight. If they play their cards right, they're going to be able to capitalize as the zone collapses, but this is very much a composition that is designed to try and come in for those third parties opportunities, get a kill, and then very quickly reposition your way out. You do not have the insane amount of sustainability that is available to the Sand Siphon teams, where the Zip is going to make sure that everyone's able to survive, and the Tumult can come in with that ultimate and cover everyone's escape without having to worry about being chunked through before you're able to break into safety by those ranged weapons. Team 1 going to be playing a lot more passively. They're not going to be playing Naraka. They're going to be rolling stealth checks, as we're going to have a look at the overhead view and see these teams that are still going to be playing aggressively are going to be looking to bully other teams into overplaying their hand a little bit too early. As Team 12's Misyu has been able to get their hands onto legendary weapons, we're actually going to see Tryhard out in the open trying to deny Team 12 from being able to pick up that Morris Blessing and get themselves a second lot of legendary armor. Team 10 backing on off. Team 2 also not really wanting to make their presence known around that Morris Blessing, more than content to just exchange a couple of pot shots from those ranged weapons coming on through, as everyone puts themselves into a high ground position so that they're less likely to get jumped down upon by everyone with those grapples.
Yeah. Taking a look here, they do have a relatively strong position on the top side here. Team 12 trying to stay on the flat ground here where they have cover with the trees as well. Of course, that Morse Blessing coming through, trying to contest it. Team 8, though, looking to push forward to be the team that tries to capitalize on it as Team 12 goes down below. Team 2 still in a strong position to try to grief the players out here on the box, but it looks like Team 8 is going to be able to walk away here with that Morris Blessing. They almost get it. Unfortunately, they don't have the cover. Dodo doesn't have the ultimate to invest on it as well. No, maybe they did get it. Yeah, they were able to get it.
Yep.
That legendary armor coming through onto Tryhard there. Sorry, I saw the little timer there on the umbrella and thought it was the box halfway open. As we take a look here, teammate very happy about the position there, and Ski still holding on to that dreadful whale, not showing it very often either, trying to keep that ace hidden up their sleeve as we get ready to head into some of these final fights. 15 players left alive, and Ski, against all odds, brought back quite literally probably at the last possible second. When we see them move out of the bush to go down, I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to get there before they timed out. They must have hit it right as they were about to time out, able to get that resurrection thanks to the other teams moving forward here. Team 2 wanting to break Team 10 away from the space. They want to hold on to these rooftops, have this wall to fall behind if things start going the wrong way. Tryhard there with the swarm, pumping some damage out, just getting shots down there onto team number 2 as they hold into the open there. Team 1 in a very strong, aggressive position there at the top side of that wall as they look to press down onto Team 12, who not in the strongest of positions, but they need to be careful because Team 8 is coming up from behind and will evict them from that place of power as Team 1 looked to move on to team number 12. Team 1 trying to hold on to the rock there will come up and looks to evict Team 8 back from it, but they're going to pay the price here as they are sandwiched between two teams, and Team 12 from down below start to come in heavily with those bow shots onto their team and start doing a lot of damage. We will see the transformation being invested here from team number 10, who also want to come in and get involved in this fight. Tryhard with the ultimate active already here, just going to move away, trying to come in and cover. They don't want to lose Ski yet again, able to come in and catch quite a bit of damage here onto Zhaojiu. More damage coming through. The ultimate going to be able to come through just in time. Tryhard going to get grabbed up. They are going to go ahead and invest the slam there onto Tryhard. Tryhard coming down to the bottom on this tree, looking for a little bit of a space, but wants to get regrouped with the team. Unfortunately, Team 8 kind of caught out in the middle here. Not a lot of ground for them to go to, trying to turn things on to team number 10 with the swarm, but the monk going to detransform. Team 1 will lose a DRX here, and Yogurt and Reverb forced to move into that position that Team 12 was in as APF and Misyu keep the pressure up onto team number 10, who are still trying to maintain that strong position on the top side of that rock, Moxie.
Yeah, Misyu, and that transformation is a huge target to team number 2 on the other side of the zone. Ranged weapons come on out. as they're just absolutely chunking through that Monk's health as quickly as they can. Witch and Windles in position to be able to block any ranged projectile backfiring onto them as they just keep themselves out of sight, out of mind, behind this fencing, waiting for Flatulent to be able to come in and set this Yodo up when this zone properly collapses. This field is incredibly wide open. There is not a lot of places for these players to hide from that Viper ultimate, especially if they're the only ones in control of that fencing. We're going to see Kuzi coming in with that Phantom set, looking to be able to avoid it. Has the fans going to be able to commit onto some of those blue focuses? Now we see that Dreadful Whale being invested from the side of Ski in the center of the zone. They're going to actually get enchanted by the Tessa V1, however. Yanli going for the transformation on the Tien High. Ski looking to try and come in with that dagger. 1-2 gets knocked back by the Tessa F. Going to put themselves towards the Monk's feet to be able to tap dodge around the potential scoop coming on through. Is going to be able to tap dodge as well. Back into the F1. Dreadful Whale starts to come through, pushing Yanli into looking for a jump out of it, but he's able to scoop Ski at the very end of it, slam onto the zip, but it's actually going to be blocked by any follow-up damage coming through with a Dodo peeling with the Phoenix Blast on that longsword to allow Ski to back on off, ice the pressure, and let the zip heal back up. F1 thrown out so that everyone on teammate can hold these forward aggressive positions. Tryhard going down incredibly low, going to potentially get stunned out by the Viper, not going to be able to avoid any of the follow-up damage. The Ski does not have the zip ultimate to be able to keep him topped up and healthy. A Dodo now, the one under pressure. Ski coming and threatening the space with the charged LMB on the dagger, as we're actually going to see Seven looking to lock him down with the charged R and purple to be able to go through that blue. Ski backing on off, does have the F1, sets up the Dreadful Whale, gets the elimination onto Reverb. As a result, Soulbloom potentially still there, goes for the Soul Break, gets hit by the Tessa V1, charges up the LMB, cancels it out early to be able to come through and ice into the Tessa, but he gets stunned out by the Teva. V2 going to be available to survive the meter dump coming through from the Nunchucks, hasn't used it just yet. Tap dodges into the safety of the zone, gets hit by the Tessa F, using the ultimate to be able to keep themselves alive, overholds the second stage of the LMB and finds the elimination. Ski is a player we've been talking about that is impressed all day, but Rune, my goodness, that zip just pulled out a magic trick.
I mean, if you're Tessa going into that fight in a 1v1 into a Zip who's got ultimate available, it's a really hard fight for you to win in that final circle. Even though the healing is going to be extremely cut by that zone, even if they're able to get one tick of healing by finding that little space of circle in the middle, it is so much healing for that Zip, especially compared to somebody who is forced to not get any healing whatsoever. You're in that final zone. You're also having to fight. You're also taking damage from them. It is so hard for you to come back from. The Tessa tries extremely hard. They just aren't able to clutch it out in the end. The Zip healing a little too much for them in the end. But Ski also plays it extremely well. They're able to bait out, make them think that they're going to go in and grab themselves or cleanse themselves from the Tessa ultimate. And because they don't, they actually get a ton of damage out. They do get turned onto with the mini meter dump coming in from the Nunchucks because of it, though. But they know that they have their ultimate available, especially with the amount of rage that they're able to build by getting those couple of additional hits. And then Ski is just able to play it out to the very end. It does such a great job. And I mean, Ski really the MVP here coming in for Tryhard's team today. They have done so well as a healer and just as a player in general. I mean, they've got to be patting Ski on the back right now.
Yeah, has impressed one on Kurumi, but definitely for me, the fact that you're able to not just keep yourself alive, but also hold on to Dreadful Whale, still find value off of the Dreadful Whale, even when the ace in the sleeve is revealed and people know to expect the Dreadful Whale. It almost becomes another sort of caveat to the mind games that Ski is able to pull out, right? It's the case of like, am I going to hold to go into Dreadful Whale? Am I going to go into the RMB? Is it going to be the LMB? You have to figure it out, and if you choose one of those wrong options, you're immediately going to be punished, as opposed to even if you are able to read what the Zip is able to do. Like you said, Ski is going to have that sustainability with your abilities to be able to recover that is not afforded to the Tessa, considering it's the V1 and not something like the V2 or the V3 where you get a little bit of sustain back yourself.
Yeah, I mean, Zipping is just such a good hero in general. There's a reason why when we went free to play, we unlocked zipping for all of the players coming in. It's a hero that has a very low skill floor, but a massive skill ceiling coming in, right? You're able to utilize those gold focuses at the proper time to break and chain away from these combos, as well as having just such good clean mechanics, right? You're not able to really abuse some of your ultimates in terms of doing damage and things like that. You have to rely on your mechanics as a player. As we turn in and take a look, unfortunately, we do see some changes yet again. Crazy Cow not having another good game here. They're still barely put 6 points on the board. They're dropping down to third place. The chance of that cushion that they're used to having completely gone away. Billy Smile going to move up into second place here at a 47.9, but NTL having an explosive game 3, almost doubling their score as they move up to a 71.7, Moxie.
Yeah, I think we sort of moved away from a very niche Astral Cup, not meta in terms of compositions necessarily, but in terms of pacing to the game. And we've returned to a very familiar format of experienced esports play. So it's no surprise that these teams who do already have that experienced esports will be doing a little bit better than some of these other teams who are purely off of ranked, because in ranked, like, you can go as crazy as you want and play super aggressively. But in esports, there are certain different caveats, especially if it's in a Mortal War, where you have to remember thinking about things like positions, and even coming down to, it looked like in the replay, Ski doesn't actually just use the Zip ultimate to be able to sustain themselves because they still have health and shielding left. It actually looks like Ski is using the Zip ultimate activation to body block the Tessa from being able to get back into the safety and away from the corruption tick damage. And it's things like that, right, where you're able to take yourself out of it's just a 1v1 and make these really quickly on the fly micro decisions, because you're used to having to go and win 1v1s in these extremely professional environments where even if you're down 2 of your players, you still have to learn how to play on the back foot. That gives some of these players significant advantages in being able to perform under the amount of pressure that is levied upon their shoulders in environments such as these.
Yeah, again, absolutely. Like I said with Zip, when it comes right down to it, it is a hero that has a very low skill floor. They're very easy to pick up and play right out of the box, but an explosively high skill ceiling, because you don't have some of these things. Like, you're not playing Takeda, where if you make a whoopsie, you have multiple charges on that ultimate you can buy yourself kind of out of trouble with. You have that one charge on your AF or your ult activation realistically if things go wrong, and from there you're forced to play on your mechanics alone. So not only do you have to have exceptionally good micro, where you're just able to pull out of the box some of these better combos and know how to control that neutral exceptionally well, but on top of that, you have to have good macro decision making, because you're most of the time taking these 1v1s kind of in a complete vacuum. There's no zone to worry about. There's no, my armor is half of what theirs is. There's a lot of decision making that you have to make immediately on the fly, and there's a reason with a lot of these teams in NA that we see the healers ending up being the IGL. They are the member of the team that understands the state of the game. They're making those shot calls, especially because they are the player or with that healing, right? So they know how far you can push the limits of the team before they're going to find themselves backed in a corner and not being able to do anything to help you. So we see players like Ski coming in, they have exceptionally good micro because of the skill ceiling of the hero, but they also have exceptionally good macro because they are typically in that IGL sort of position. So we see things like that where they're going to push any advantage they can. They're going to use that ult activation to hold you in the zone for just a second longer, because they know even a single tick off of that zone is going to put them in a winnable position. Take any advantage you can possibly get. But speaking of taking things, we're going to take ourselves away for a short break before we come back and lock in for our last 3 games of the day.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup. I'm still Moxie, but this time around I'm going to be joined by a different face on the desk. We've got Raven here for the second half of the day, and that means that, Raven, we get to figure out who's going to be the champion of Truest, and it's looking an awful lot like it's going to be Tryhard, Zodo, and Ski's team, because my goodness, they have been popping off these last couple of matches.
Yeah, Hero normally is their Tumult. Adon, as their fourth player in their Wuchen, normally only plays Wuchen for the team. So Adon is showing up big for them, filling in those big shoes. Hero, one of the best Temis in North America. It's just a completely different style when you're playing that Siphon Mirror. And we saw a ton of clutch play coming out from Ski. Ski has been working on his support play a ton, playing against him over the years and even practicing with him leading up to Worlds. Ski has stepped up to the plate and showing up big, adapting to this current meta and the new weapon Fan. Now, normally Ski was a longsword player, but realizing the Fan, I showed him a ton of things, that the Fan is basically a better longsword, and he's showing up big for Intel right now. Great clutch by him right at the end. Great sacrifice from Adon. You pointed it out to me, Moxie. Was this an intentional strategy from Intel for their Temi to make a noble sacrifice? And in that case, Zipping with a dagger with her ultimate up is one of the strongest characters in the game when it comes to heal off. Almost as strong, and if not stronger than Faria, especially if she holds the center right there. At the end, we see I'm Yellow land that perfect V1 Tessa ult, and all he had to do was walk back into the zone, because in that last little bit of endgame, the zone damage actually does more damage than you can do with your actual physical weapon. So with that stun, he could have let that duration cook up Ski on the outside and hopefully tried to play some type of keep out game, keeping himself in the last part of the center of the circle, hopefully getting another ult up, and he possibly could have won, but there's no guarantees. Zipping ultimate is powerful. Now, looking at the lobby in the beginning here, today there is a bunch of really, really good teams coming out to play this. Flaunton 7, Lil Sheep, one of the strongest fighting teams off spawn here, landing on the Fireflies at Wreckage on to DPCQ, and Zhao Danzai is going to get taken down. Mushroom in a last hit point situation, has the pole sword in the stone form, trying to release here, but he's unable to. Flautulent with the 1-2-3, enjoying his time, and absolutely deletes Mushroom inside Wreckage. This Firefly spot to the north, Moxie, one of my favorite squares to land on this dust day. Fireflies are going to be coming in huge.
Yeah, I'm a Sunwing Firefly enjoyer. I will say, when we're on these Night and Dusk maps, is we're going to be getting to see a lot of these teams landing for those sought after Firefly spots so they can get those ultimates online as quickly as possible. Tester ultimate going to be coming through. Teva does actually attach onto new news. B, who tries to throw the charged R on the pole sword before the Teva can snap and stun them, and is going to be parried immediately. Had absolutely no business going after that player because there's no one like staggering him to prevent that parry from coming through, and it will be Tryhard's team that are able to, off of the back of that kill and Tessa ultimate, change things around in the fight. Tessa incredibly strong in the game normally, but even more so in these Firefly maps, considering you're able to throw your ultimate out at 55%, not 100 like some of these other players. As we're going to be seeing Team 8 off of the back of that win over on our last game, looking to start picking up some early momentum. Casper's team, you were talking to me and saying that you were expecting Casper's team to be maybe one of those teams that did like to mix up a couple of their hero picks. If we do see a Hardy, it's probably going to be from them, as they're just trying to sort of experiment and see some of these compositions. Going to be running that traditional Sand Siphon at the moment, top tier of meta, as they head into Sunwings and start to figure out a loop pathing over towards center and then moving over to areas like scaffolding. You can find a lot of early loot, especially strong early loot for this composition that relies on it. Very similar to Transformers, right? You want to loot up as quickly as possible so your Takeda is able to get into that gold state of V3 and have it available when you go into Realm of Yang.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, the way Sand Siphon works, the way Takeda works, is the rarity of the weapons of the entire team buffs up his ultimate. It actually has ultimate rarity, where it goes from purple all the way to gold, and gold Takeda basically gives you a V2 stagger. Now we're going to see Omni Bear, Edward Allen's team, versus Casper's teams over from the top ropes. Omni Bear already popping the F3, getting a nice some great damage on to Killua. Killua's going to be forcing out that Temion, but with the R&B, he's going to blow up Omnibear before the Kurumi ult's going to come out. Now Killua dodging the Yushan ult, but it's a little bit too late. You never want your Kurumi ult to go down. Double Transformer does come out. Can they find a stagger right now? But between both of the buildings, it's going to be very hard for Adward to get any value out of this Monk ultimate. Killua on the top row. It's going to come in with the R&B, getting big damage, denying the res on the Yushan. Killua completely dictating the pace of this fight. Adward gonna get hit by the poison mushroom. Unfortunately for him, he's gonna be ticking away. That health pool absolutely getting chunked. Nice play from QNT to slow this down, to clean this up wisely. Adward's gonna make his way out of her while the Yushan is backing off. Looks like they're gonna be able to pick up both of them, but Adward, no slouch to fighting. He's gonna be fighting out Killua. Can Killua close this out? Adward with the overhold, gonna dodge out, doesn't want to release here. Killua, no gold F to his name. Follow up, mix up coming out from Adward. Now Adward on the buttery rock's gonna get a double hold. Killua has to be careful here. F's gonna come out again with the mix-up release. Adward putting Killua in a one hit point situation, but Casper with the backup and that heal is gonna close it out, and QNT is gonna claim dominance over here at Sunway.
Smart stuff from QNT because they were able to take out both players and deny the revive, as that Monk ultimate is going to be denied from New since Reverb able to claim the kill onto big mid-TN high transformation. Plan B coming in with that Yodo F2, now going to be going for that ultimate. V3 invested from Plan B, looking to try and find any spacing and teleportation to try and collapse onto this Transformer team, as well as keep them up and away from this Yushan. Actually jumping into that Ferrier mech. V3 invested from their Ferrier as well, using the boosters, putting themselves up onto that high ground to be able to pepper some of the damage onto a retreating team number 5, having to reposition off of some of the damage coming through from the repeating crossbow, just checking to make sure that there's no player sneakily hiding rather cheekily inside that purple bush with a couple of cannon shots coming through. Gonna now have to reposition themselves so they don't get grabbed out of that mech by Cat, who is going to be emboldened by that Kurumi F3 coming on through. Plan B throwing out that Yodo F2, buys themselves the time to set up the Skirwash, actually skirwashing directly at the Monk. Gets grabbed. That's one. Cannon shot's actually going to stagger Cat from being able to find the subsequent slam, and Plan B is able to sneak their way out of the grab into a charge focus on that Katana to take Kun down. Kurumi ultimate is invested, but Plan B is still able to find all of the damage on the player sitting inside it. Cat's going to go down incredibly quickly as well, and my goodness, what a Ferrier V3 to turn that fight around. The second that Plan B got grabbed out, that situation got so dicey for this team.
This is one of the new compositions being used in China right now to counter Transformers. We're seeing it here over on our server now. Miss You LQing an APF against a Transformers team. They get double grabbed right now. APF still has ult, but will he port them out? They have the advantage. They have the kill. Are they going to try to fly back in? Miss You LQing, needing to heal back up to full. Do they want to re-engage with no ultimate? No, looks like they're going to back off here. This is one of the things I was actually talking about with IDC, is that when on these Firefly days, the hit and run of the Viper, Wu Chen, Tessa, or Yodo, it's a lot of situations where is it worth it, even after you're getting 2 kills, both teams have no ults, to re-engage? Because the possibility of third party, as we're seeing, another team, Little Sheep's team, coming in and third partying the same team. Sin's gonna get picked apart right now. V2 ult gonna be invested. DRX trying to make his way away from it, but the Yushan ult's not gonna be able to last. And with a singular ult, it's just so hard to survive the ferocity of a very coordinated third party strike. Little Sheep's team able to come in just with a V2 Viper third party, clean this fight up.
And jabbing as well.
Jabbing is OP.
Does so much damage. Jabbing really is insanely overpowered with just how fast and how much damage it does, being able to play off of a lot of the staggers set up by your teammates. Banestrap also going to be out on the field for a little bit longer for Team 2 to have been able to lock down some of those players, going to put themselves directly through it to now reposition and look for some of these other teams. Team 12 also in the area, starting to drift a little bit closer, having seen that Banestrap on the map and knowing that a fight had gone on down. Team 7 ever so quietly stalking team number 4, waiting for team 4 and 6 to take this fight before they make their presence known. Realm of Yang going to be spawning right in between all of these teams. Everyone drawn out from the woodwork, looking to play for the positioning of holding themselves onto the portal. The Transformer team knowing that they need to go through it, considering they're still on blue. Did they manage to go out? It looks like they actually got bullied into using the Kurumi ultimate early, and that is devastating for the Transformer team. It means that they're probably not going to be able to put themselves into that Realm of Yang, and we're actually going to be seeing Team 12 coming in with a Viper ultimate, looking to lock any player down. Raven, I don't think anyone went through the portal.
Yeah, I think it was just pure assassination plays from Misuse team, from APF's plays. Temiel was going to be invested. They double Takeda ult again, but Adward with that Monk ultimate responding in gets a singular grab, but APF team's going to be able to get to safety and port out. But now Killua and Casper's team up in here, QNT looking for the kill, but Casper is going to get blown up. The third party and threat of APF team still lurking in the shadows, able to range and get that kill, but no one's out of the woodwork still. Hareem's team, Adward Allen's, the Transformer team in the center of a Siphon and Attack on Titan. Yoda ult's gonna be invested, and now Casper's team is gonna get those short end of the stick, getting absolutely deleted right now. But now Sin's team showing up with the red buff coming out of the portal. They're ready for some blood. They're ready for some action. Give us some kills. We got a second life. We're willing to invest right now. They're trying to lock someone down. And look at this composition. You wanted it. You got it. We got Hadi, Tessa, Faria.
Yes. Oh, this is actually devastating. I've run into so many teams in duos where they run Hardy and Tessa, because it means that you just can't dodge out of that massive wombo combo. The triple charge of that Hardy ultimate does so much damage, and if you get locked in to either that Faria stagger off of the cannon or the Tessa ultimate CC, it's just game over, Raven. It really is. That Hardy ultimate does so much damage. She's also incredibly mobile as well, so you don't have to worry about being countered by something like that Tumult ultimate, because you can just fly out over the top of it all the way up into the maximum skybox, so you don't even have to worry about Yoda ult, because you also just outdistance it. I cannot wait to see how this team are going to be putting this into the mix. F2 V2, so burning fire tick damage, as well as Hermine is trying to find any entrance that he can with this pulse ult, looking to just chunk down some of these players. They still have that Vermilion Bird Smite, so they're going to get to play as aggressive as they want. Ultimate not online just yet, but Hermes going to use that F2 to be able to disengage from the fight. Doesn't have to worry about the follow-up damage from the pulse ult coming on through, as they're looking to try and lock some of these players down, isolate them away from their team, and it looks like the horizontal charge click on the longsword has done exactly that. Elkwing, being incredibly low, has to worry about the potential skirmish coming through from this. Hardy ultimate is now up and available. We're yet to get to see it. This is going to be the first Hardy ultimate in professional tournament Naraka players. Hermine coming in with the charged R, going to be able to find a horizontal swing to follow up another kill. Miss you off broadcast, going to be able to find a kill with the Yodo V3, but we are looking at this Hardy. We're now looking to see where that team ran away with the Wu Chen teleport. Hardy incredibly good with the ability that's afforded to him at being able to track down where exactly those Wu Chen teleported players have gone to. Is going to look to cut them off on Temple. Sees APF taking a little bit too long to shop. Glider now going to be invested, so he's going to be able to come back in with the charged R, looking to try and break away from the Viper ultimate. That sounds meaning that he's not going to be able to use the Golden Focus to escape. His ultimate is potentially going to be have to use to allow him to disengage. The triple charge Golden Focus starts to come on through, and this is the Hardy in motion. Now we get to see one swing, two swing, two stashes still available to the Hardy. One now going to be used. That fire tick damage off of the back of it doing so much as well. Yoda ultimate going to, or rather Yoda F2 going to be invested to dodge around the Hardy and catch him on the Golden Focus second activation. And as fun as it is to see Hardy, one thing he's missing, Raven, is damage reduction on the gold, because he just got face tanked.
The V2 Viper is just so much to deal with for Hardy. This was my worry, that one of Hardy's teammates needs to be some type of counter to Viper. I think the only vulnerability he has right now is some type of Takeda shove into Temiwisp or the V2 plus Yodo ultimate. You saw right there that even though Hadi survived the initial burst, his ability to influence the fight is super limited the second that Yodo ult does come down. He doesn't really get any type of defense from it. He's not a juggernaut just going through it like the Yodo Yodo ult is, there's very few abilities that actually stop Yodo from continuing her slashes. And even though he was getting some damage in, he most likely, I think if a little bit earlier in the timing with the Faria ultimate, they would have got more value. But because of that V2 silence, it becomes very, very risky running their current setup. Tessa, Faria, and Hadi, it's not at all a very defensive composition. Maybe you get away with a well-timed V3 to help out your teammates, but right there, I was excited to see it. I was hoping that they all in with a bunch of ultimates, but hesitation to play just one more focus attack or one more parry attempt can be the difference between your team winning the actual fight versus just losing outright. And we're seeing just why a lot of these compositions that we talk about, Siphon, Transformers, Attack on Titan, have been part of the Naraka meta for 2 years. This composition basically doesn't let you play the game. So even though you have this great, beautiful plan set up, it doesn't matter. Miss you, LQing, APF, some of the goats of the game just showing up and just limiting any of this new experimental stuff. Now, hopefully we see more Hadi play. I think with Namza, and Harim running it, I think hopefully more teams will do it. I know the one composition that we saw that was very good was the anti-transformer comp with the Faria Yushan Yodo. Now that comp has been used in the actual J-Cup scrims right now. We're seeing Miss You roll up to Edward Allen, another mosh pit of a fight. 3 teams here again. We got Little Sheep's team and Edward Allen's all diving in. Fireflies all around this now. Miss You's looking for the R&B, trying to get something going onto the very vulnerable Viper. Great space control from Miss You, creating this opportunity. Now Edward Allen's getting cannibalized by these 2 teams. Edward down, the monk of their team, the heart of the team is down. Miss You still has his ultimate online, wants to buy some time, wants his Yushan to get someone low so he can come in, find an opening. Coming in with the grapple, it looks like Little Sheep seem very disciplined on the outside, doesn't want to overcommit, looking just for the stragglers. Full cooldowns though on this Attack on Titan. They get to decide who is getting assassinated here. With V2 is going to be coming out, and now with the parry, Flautland gonna get taken down, but the port, beautiful port from Little Sheep's team, knowing that they were losing that situation, their Wu Chen able to line of sight and pop that Wu Chen port, dodging the V2 silence from the Viper.
And that's the second Realm of Yang that has spawned up, and that's the second time that we've seen a team walk away for free, because everyone else just comes out to grief the other potential entrants. Talking about griefing, that no-ult zone is definitely going to be griefing a lot of these players, making it incredibly hard for this Transformer team to be able to find these grabs. Cat was able to find 1 slam, has been able to find another grab. No way! Tryhard gets caught around the corner and goes down to another double grab. Ski, the only surviving player currently for team number 8 on that Wu Chen, doesn't have the ultimate available to be able to port the bodies out. And this time around, Raven, I don't think team 8 are gonna get away with the revive to be able to turn this game around. Going back, however, to that Hadi composition, I wonder if we're going to see either the crutch of group heal, advanced heal, or that Z-ping being used, considering he gets so much mobility, but when you're running with a Tessa, it's a lot harder to be able to capitalize because that Hadi's in such a forward aggressive position. No one else is really within space to be able not just to defend him, but also capitalize off of the stagger that his ultimate grants you, as we're going to be having a look at an Attack on Titan traditional team. No Tessa, just Yodo. Triple focus Jade coming through from APS with that Windy Trinity on the fan, throwing them out, just trying to find any damage that he can. Takes a little bit of damage from that Yushan stagger, but they're still going to be able to sustain and win the fight out overall. So much cleave damage coming through from both him and Miss You with that legendary weapon. Fan, really incredibly terrifying. I feel like so many people talk about things like the R&B and how quickly it comes out, and the fact that you're able to use it for things like Touch of Death combos with Takeda. That Windy Trinity, even though it's purple, it does so much damage, and just like all of the other moves on the Fan Raven, it comes out incredibly quickly. It's also a lot harder to be able to sort of anticipate parry something like the, in comparison to something like the Wind Spout, right? Because you see the tornadoes, you're like, okay, cool. They're coming at me incredibly slowly, I'm either gonna just tap dodge or be out of range entirely. But Windy Trinity comes out so quickly, it's so easy, especially in truer situations, to be able to catch players unaware.
Yeah, it's basically like a slingshot longsword wave where you just, when you hit someone with it, it's just like you're in a washing machine. You just get slurped back and forth, and you're like, what is happening? Plus the AoE damage, it's just cleaving everyone down. That was actually DPCQ that APF team rolls over, but it looks like APF team is absolutely scaled out of their mind, and now we're going to see a new newbie, and just as a duo left alive, fighting against just one player from, I believe, this is Edward Allen's solo player. They end up getting 2v1 right there, but they don't want to force the fight. There's a trio team lurking in the background, getting hit by that red mushroom too. They definitely don't want to fight after this when the dot tick starts happening. But over here at Celestia, QNT, Killua, and crew Casper stuck in a Temio, popping the Temio, but it doesn't look like Killua was able to get out. He just gets absolutely deleted by Little Sheep's team.
It's the RMB on that fan. Like, he tries to go and disengage through the Smudge ultimate, and he just gets grabbed back before he can escape through the window.
It's going to be everywhere during Worlds. The fan, the new weapon. Just Longsword has been a staple in Trios meta forever, and I would say it's the first weapon that now support players and that anyone running Longsword. It's easy. If you have to pick between the same rarity, you're almost always going fan instead. Now, the Longsword does have a little bit of advantage that it's only one hit, and technically you can dodge the first hit of fan and then parry the second hit, so you don't have to commit as hard versus the fan. But since it's so fast and since we run so little stamina in trios, it's a lot harder to do than in solos. In solos, you have full stamina, you have almost 4 dodges. In trios, you got like 2.5. You got to make your decisions nice and clean. Yeah.
Like, you get hit by that RMB, it's not just the damage and the speed that's the problem, it's the fact that your positioning is disrupted by it because it literally just grabs you back in to that spacing. It's essentially budget hardy F1.
Budget hardy F1. That's just rude to the fan. You don't care parenting. The Hottie F1 is
better.
Better? Oh, better.
F1.
Okay, better. But Hottie's F1 is absolute buns. That is a fun move. Maybe in the future if they nerf it, but the startup of the F1, it's
not a combo break. It's like
too slow.
You are forced to take the F2 because, like you said, the startup golden focus on the F1 is too slow. Like, a lot of the time you can't use it even to soft combo break.
Yeah.
So you're forced to just take the F2 to be able to break out of some of those combo strings. Otherwise, unfortunately, you can mash your F ability all you want, but if you're next to Takeda Touch of Death combination, you're not going to be able to do anything.
What excites me about this is we've seen a lot of endgames. I was watching you and Rune casting the event earlier. We're seeing at least 15 to 20 man endgames. Everyone playing positioning, playing the chess match of holding up high grounds, playing the range game and waiting for someone to engage. I saw a ton of great positional control, using those cannons, using the burn damage to force action, because the rule of thumb for endgame is the team first to ult is usually first to lose. And how do you get another team to ultimate? Through range pressure, through your whole team holding a pocket cannon and putting out that damage. Now, Miss You coming in with the F2, and the assault burning his way through. Triple charge threat, gonna be able to chop in half this Viper with the triple charge, but he's gonna get taken down, leading the charge. Little Sheep responding in kind with this, and now LQing forced to pop the ultimate, but is it too late? Port is gonna be coming out. It is Celestia. We got a lot of buildings to hide in. Great port coming out from Seven to save his team.
Oh, it's so unfortunate because the F2 was perfectly used to be able to secure that kill, but because you invested so early on, you don't have it to be able to peel off the attention that comes through from all of the other players in the area, because all of these players are grouped up incredibly close to each other. So it's not just about forcing ultimates from the other side, it's also if you actually take a fight, another team is going to show up, and they're not going to put themselves into that forward position where they can get caught out by a third party, right? They're going to go in with ranged. They're not going to come in with mechanicals. They're not going to come in with melee. They're literally just going to chunk away at you from afar. So there is literally no counter except things like the Wu-Chen Windwall that we're going to be seeing. 13 players left alive. Celestia soon to be outside of this zone. Team 12 potentially going to be running into Team 2, who are going to be making it pretty costly for them to be able to reposition. Miss You has been brought back by the rest of their players. The Team 2 know that they're in the area, and there's the range projectile exchange that we have come to expect in this lull phase. As we were talking about a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, Astral Cup feels like after all of these weeks of play, the players have now returned to that more traditional tempo of Naraka, and that means that we get these more downtime phases where, as you said, Raven, everyone sort of bullies each other, but no one hard committed. It very much is just, you know, kicking each other's feet under the table, but no one actually wanting to throw a punch.
Yeah, leading into these end games, the reason why in Pro League, a lot of teams, it's a little bit more stacked in end game. It's just a lot of teams accept the fact that they cannot go Yang because the Yang depletion will put them in such a tough spot they won't be able to leverage points. But inside NA, there are a lot of teams that believe in their skill and believe in their ability to win inside Yang. So no matter what, that means at least out of the two sets of Yangs, 4 teams will get deleted from the lobby no matter what. And usually a 5th team gets picked off. So now on a Firefly day, with the extra horsepower of Fireflies and Ultimates, you're seeing a lot of these teams going down. But seeing Kuhn, DCR, Cat showing up this endgame, no surprise. These Kuhn and DCR went to back-to-back worlds. Now, they didn't make it this year, unfortunately, with LZQ, but they're still hard at it. This is going to be their last season here, actually, in the States. For the first time, we are losing a lot of the top NA teams. So right here, folks, this is the last time you're going to see some of the greats do it here on the NA server. They'll probably still continue to compete within CN, but they won't be doing it here anymore. On that traditional Transformers, DCR has played every single role for this team. He's played Monk. He actually's never played Yushan, but he usually switches between Monk and Kurumi. Super talented player. He's always been their general strategist for this team. Their lead in-game leader sometimes, but overall all their strats is run through DCR and formerly Game Too Hard as well. Now, with 13 people alive and going into this end game, this is a tough spot for Transformers to get value. Now, normally, Transformers, they love getting those nice line of sights, able to get grabs from multiple different teams, but with every single corner potentially having a Viper with silence coming off and not having good line of sights, it's going to be tough for them to eke out even more kills from this. They're already up to 6 kills, but ideally, Transformers wants to close out this lobby with at least 5 to 6 more kills, considering they are an endgame comp. But Celestra, not the best spot. Now, what is the best spot? Yodo. That is a CQB warrior. That F3, her ability dictates just so much space in this, and then the Yodo slashes going through the wall. Having this exact spot is going to be dicey. I imagine it's going to be going to heal off. No one's going to force action right here. We saw a lot of this play, even within the J-Cups. Teams holding long swords, and in this case, fans, and just throwing folks attacks over and over at every single window. If you come into here, there's a good chance that F3 Yodo is going to clock up the door and you're not going anywhere. I'm sure there's probably... Ski is still alive. There's a couple solos and duos that will get picked off transitioning to this late game.
Yeah, and I mean, at the moment, everyone is waiting for that transition into late game. Everyone waiting for the zone to start to move these players out of position. No one wanting to make that move first and give up some of these safe spots. Team 12 not actually going to be spotted by team number New running directly right past them. They're going to be very happy about that, because if it does go to that full zone collapse, it's all about these Vipers and these Yodos. The Wuchen teleport, yes, can be used for that iframe, and the Windwalls can come in clutch to be able to save yourself from disengagements and going down when your health is incredibly low to a ranged shot. But the Viper ultimate to set the Yodo ultimate up as that zone collapses and you can find full value from the stagger off of that V3 ending is going to be what really dictates who's able to walk away the win. There's Ski actually on the Wuchen, not outside of the zone, having to use that ultimate to be able to reposition himself back onto the sidelines. Transformers team putting themselves onto the high ground. At least you do have the jumps to work with if you get knocked off of that area. But it is going to be using a lot of that ultimate duration to keep that position. Dreadful Whale also coming through. We've got the Windspout on that fan now being invested as team number 5 basically carved their name into that rooftop location. giving away the soldiers that they have so that no one really wants to pressure this Monk into using that ultimate early. They've been able to figure out where some of these teams are around the sidelines of the zone and actually forcing them out towards more of the open to try and catch them out as they have to reposition when the zone starts to push them off of these angles, putting themselves into more open space and allowing Cat to have more opportunities to look for some of these grabs. But unfortunately, while that Monk can sit on the high ground, like you've already pointed out, Raven, if a Yoda was able to get into the building below him, she can use that ultimate, look directly up, and still catch on to the Monk without fear of being grabbed out of the ultimate once the first Golden Slash has been used. Flamer, however, is going to make it incredibly hard for some of these players to be able to hold that position. We're going to see everyone, as a result, who isn't this Transformer team, put themselves onto the building directly below, and there is nothing that the Transformer team can do except give up that high ground spacing and drop onto them. We're going to see DRCK coming in with that Dreadful Whale, trying to pick up some of these players. Not going to be able to find a lockdown. Dragonstraw also starting to come on out. Players looking to tussle up to be able to hold these positions when that zone fully collapses in. Yoda going to be using that F to be able to buy themselves a safe space. One player goes down. Poison Splash actually going to be activated off of the body. Cat's going to get tethered by the Kurumi to be brought back. Might have to use the ultimate immediately, but that's going to be inside the building, Raven, and you're not going to be able to get your way through the windows. This Monk is about to be brought back up and immediately go down again. This is travesty! There it is, it happens again! Team 2 allow the revive because they know they're going to get another free kill off of the back of it. Now everything is going to be kicking on off. Scarish coming through from team number 2 to be able to keep themselves inside this building for as long as possible and make sure that no one is able to evict them from that space. Everyone trying to dodge outside to be able to put themselves into more open areas so they don't have to worry about the fire tick damage coming through from some of these cannons and the flamers, as we're now down to 9 players remaining. Team 12 waiting below, just happy to wait out everybody else, playing around all of this aggression and taking away all of these eliminations. Viper ultimate going to be invested. Flatulent trying to set it up, taking so much damage coming through from team number 2. 7 gets stunned. Kun coming in with the Yushan ultimate, going to be able to find some damage, connecting onto team 2 7 and taking him down with the spear. And it's actually going to be team 12. They played the long con. They waited for everyone around them on the high ground, around those buildings, to take the fights themselves, while team 12 set themselves up in a safe little corner and sustained through everything that happened around them. It is literally the epitome of the "this is fine" gif. And they win the long con off of the back of it.
Yeah, I miss you, APF, LQing. They play it perfectly. Fully by the book, textbook play, staying in the buildings, controlling their space. Now looking at the highlights of the game, this is the new comp with Mushroom, DPCQ, Plan B, and Showdown side. World's team using the new comp. I know DPCQ throughout the whole season was one of the few teams to actually run Faria. Godless, their IGL, loves that character. It's more of a comfort pick. And finally, Faria's buffed, and we're going to see more of it. Little Sheep's team coming in with the perfect third party. We saw Little Sheep's team absolutely demolish the world champs, Kun DCR. A little bit of an overextension from Cat inside that building, and then game, unfortunate for them. Now, this was the mosh pit just south of Sunwing. Multiple teams over here. APF going crazy with the Assassin's Lunge. Great pickoffs from them, getting to that end game. And again, continuing, we saw a little bit of this hottie play from Solo, Hareem, and Numza. Unfortunately, not able to get. I'm wondering why they just ran it there and didn't ult. And we see Team Intel versus Kuhn's team end up not getting so much value from that no ult zone. Now, this stacked up Celestra game in the building.
Team 12.
Misuse team on the low ground. They were low ground warriors, ultimate low, as we call it in Battle Royale. It's just absolutely farming, thriving, feeding off of it. Cat. DCR actually goes for a play right now to do a healing circle through the wall. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. The burst damage coming from those well-timed focus attacks ends up just feeding more kills to Little Sheep's team. Multiple kills. Great play from Little Sheep's team, but they mess up right here, right at the end game. They just hold their ults too long, and Misu's team comes up from the depths, from the bottom, from the basement. They pop that V2 ultimate, and there's nothing they can do at that point. There's just so much damage coming out from Misu's team from the bottom, and Kuhn Coon's team challenging up the top. It doesn't matter. Misu's team on the bottom, cleaning up everyone who lands and closing out that game with 22 kills. Just a massive game coming out from Misu's team. Now looking at the leaderboards.
I mean, that's going to shuffle a couple of things because, 22 kills in one game on an Attack on Titan composition as well. Like, it's a really good lobby that they pick into as well because we don't really see all that many Sand Siphon compositions.
Yeah, they jumped up into second place.
Endgame. Yeah.
First place, Intel, Tryhard's team at 79.3, still holding their lead. Not the best game from them, but still a solid, consistent game. OU team, Misu, APF, LQing, 67.4. Billy Smile, that is Coon, DCR, and Cat at 53.9. Almost tied with GR. Lil Sheep's team at 53.8. Crazy Cow, New, dominating the qualifying rounds, but in this finals with the strongest teams in the lobby, not showing the same amount of dominance, but still doing well at 42 points. DPCQ without King, without Godless. They have Zhao and Zai, one of their new player pickups for Worlds, filling in, getting that practice in before Worlds at 41.6, the top 6 rounding out. Now Sin's team at 35.3, climbing up. We saw them with the hottie picked. Didn't get as much value as you would like. They did win a fight, and I don't know if they won Yang for free or they won a fight, but they came out swinging a little bit. Still working out the beta test, the hottie beta test, not coming out as strong as they would like, but we shall see what happens in the future.
Well, talking about the future, you'll have to fast forward about 2 minutes time to be able to get to see the second last map of the night where we're going to be headed over to Holleroff. We'll catch you right after this break.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the finals of the Astral Cup Trios. We're going into that game 5, that championship round that I like to say. This is a round that matters the most when it comes to the 6 games. Like game 6, everyone's gonna be throwing a Hail Mary. If you mess up your game 5, you're gonna be put in that same position. So right now it is time to clutch up. Now, early in the game is game 2. You got to see what everyone ran on Holoroth. Game 5, should the adjustments come in, the tweaks coming in, and I was told by a ton of players, I made a mistake. Billy Smile is Yishao, Godless, and Zoo. Godless normally on DPCQ, playing with the other former champs, having a good time, showing up for fun in this event. Considering a DPCQ can't really make money, a lot of these players are playing this event for fun, for the competition, for the love of Naraka. Now going into this last game, what do you think, Moxie? We're going to see a lot of Siphon, or we're going to see more Hadi, or are we going to see Transformers showing up again?
I mean, I want to say that we get to see more Hardy, especially because Holoroth has a lot of verticality. Like, when the map literally first released, everyone thought there's no way we see Transformers on this team because of the amount of percentage that was for Final Zone to be based on that verticality. But since then, Monk has been buffed to be able to have the ability to jump, which does lessen a lot of that pressure on Holoroth Final Zones falling into the favor of Monk setups. But Sand Siphon just has all of your bases covered, right? No matter where you take a fight, whether it's in the overworld, whether it's in Realm of Yang, it's just, it always has value 24/7. Whether you've got the ultimates available, whether you're just going into a fight with base abilities, whether you're trying to survive a third party, because you have things like the Tumult Wisp and you have the Takeda F where you can actually punch a lot of players if they do commit onto those blue focuses. The Zip has the F1 to buy everyone the space and health to be able to sustain and disengage of a third party after your ultimates have won through. There's no surprise that we see so much of Sand Siphon in the current meta, but at the moment, we're not actually getting to see a Sand Siphon composition. We're going to see an Attacking Titan composition going up against that Takeda and actually finding the kills. All 3 players of team number 10 just jumping on the players of Sin and not allowing them any downtime to be able to come in with those abilities or build the ultimates to peel for each other, and they just lose to numbers and stagger.
Yeah, great play off spawn. A ton of people here at Plume Castle. QNT cleaning up Little Sheep's team. Now it's still not over. We still have one more team lurking on the top rows. Bells everywhere. Little Sheep in a 1v3 situation is just going to get cleaned up. Very clean play coming from QNT, but Yishao, Godless, up top, lurking in the shadows, looting up right now. Will they take this fight? Now, normally on Holoroth, like you were pointing out, this Sand Siphon, the most dominant comp. It's strong early game, it's strong mid game, it's strong end game. The only way to counter it is that F3 Viper with Yodel ultimate, but you got one play, one shot, and if you miss it, it's just not going to go well for you. Now, over in the south, Metab, it looks like Kuhn's team was going to win it out, pushing Newbie off of the Metab loot. Metab has some of the best loot in the game, but we're back in the action at Plume's Castle. QNT investing in versus Yishao's team on the floor. We have another team, Only Bear, on the top road, so finding out Kishi, unfortunately, gonna get isolated and taken down from this Feria Monk Temmie. We're seeing the Sandmech comp come back with Adward. I actually got to play this with Adward a ton back earlier this year, but the Temmie also going to be invested. Great sword coming out from Omnibear. RMB, LMB, absolutely shredding his opponent in the follow-up. That Temmie, just so much pressure, but the parry coming out from Yanli, fighting his way out of this. He doesn't want to go out so easily. Unfortunately, he will be going down. Oni bears pressure. The damage from that great sword, too much to overcome. Unable to fight, but QNT able to pick up Kishi in the background. Able, in all of that scuffle, that mess, able to pick up their Takeda. Now, Kilowatt still has his second life, but unfortunately for them, they're going to run into a rotating, hunting DPCQ Plan B. Zhao Dansai hot on their trail. Crosshairs locked on the Kishi. Kishi still has ultimate up, but that Yodo ult is going to be invested. Nothing a Takeda can do except try to dodge it. He tries to use the shoves to heal himself, but it's too much. Moonbane going to be invested. Mushroom in hot pursuit of Casper. Will Casper be able to dodge, weave, use that, move him to his advantage? He's caught out in the open though. Has his fan, needs to get back to the building, unable to. Great cross up with the fan, getting that stagger and securing the kill onto QFT Casper.
I really hope we get to see the Farrier Monk composition go up against the Farrier Yodo and Yushan composition inside Realm of Yang. Onibe in that Tianhai transformation. Gonna be able to find a grab. Yoga taking a lot of damage. The Zip ultimate gonna kick in and keep himself topped up and alive off of that repeating crossbow damage coming through from the rest of Onibe's teammates. As the Monk still looking to try and find these players, Yoga getting hounded and harassed by the Farrier and Tumult to try to put him into the open so Onibe can look for that grab, but he's going to go out of range in a matter of moments. Onibe outside of the ultimate, now going to be vulnerable because the other two players are forward chasing after that player who was outside of the Monk. Now we're going to see that Farrier mech being invested, coming on for Reverb having already gone down. Tumult Wisp going to be invested from Yoga to keep themselves aerial, trying to find the connection. Will be able to stagger lock one player, swapping over to the pistol so that they can find the kill connection. But DRX unfortunately going down in the meantime. The Tumult now getting grapple cancel, throwing out the LMB on that fan, looking to maybe buy themselves a little bit of spacing off of the stagger from that to try to disengage. But the F had already been invested to try and peel for his fallen teammates. That has not cycled back online, so he's not able to use it to break out of all of the stagger coming through from the players of Team 7, and the Tumult is very swiftly dealt with. I really hope we get to see this Tianhai composition do well. My fear is that what you're going to be seeing as a sort of quote-unquote support play for this team is just more outwards aggression, right? Farrier mech going to be playing incredibly aggressive. The only real defensive tool they have outside of the Monk just using that ultimate to just try and zone people away with the threat of it is that Tumult ultimate. But if you're forced to use the Tumult ultimate to save your Monk from the ranged weaponry, you're then not going to have it for the third party. So they are going to have to be very, very careful that the fights that they do take are finished quickly, or they back out of fights that take too long, because if they have to throw all three ultimates in to keep that Monk alive, they're going to go down to another team that rolls up in the same spacing.
Yeah, Sand Mech was actually my favorite composition I've played in Naraka. As a support player, playing Faria and using that V3, I'm not sure if Adward is actually V3 because he's supposed to pop the ultimate to save the Monk as he de-transforms. So essentially on that team, you get 2 transformations as Monk, and it's up to the Faria to build up her ultimate while you're in her actual ult mech. Now endgame is really where that composition shines because you're able to hold your ground using range a ton. It looks like New is over here at Yushan Ruins looking to hunt out their Takeda super stack purple armor, looking for Flautulent, but he's going to make his way out of here, able to get into the trees, but he's going to run into QNT, hunting the edge of zone as well in the tree line. Now Flautulent going to be fought over by these two teams. Who's going to be able to pick up the kill? QNT doesn't yet see that Yu was in hot pursuit initially. They have to be careful not to get caught out by surprise. It looks like they're posturing up. They realize a full another trio is here. Now Yu going to be backing off right now. Now Adward and crew also showing up. Another mosh pit in place. Now this is not a really good spot for transformers. Line of sight, trees everywhere. It's not a really in your face composition. You want to dominate at that mid range. You want to get a ton of that range pressure, and with Yang possibly coming up in the future, I want Adward team to back off here and to see, because back in early this year, Siphon was getting beaten by this Sandmech team. It used to be so dominant on this comp. It looks like APF's team with the Moonbane, APF with the Pulse Sword looking for some damage. Xiaodan Zai already into that Yushan on. It looks like Plan B is going to get caught out. 2v3 situation. It looks like we're in full disengage, full retreat. We got to get out of here. Xiaodan Zai putting on the Nike. He's trying to kite out of here, but APF sees him, switches over to the dual halberds. One of the fastest weapons in the game. Dual halberds just added behind Fan. That R&B, those folks attacks just so oppressive. Xiaodan Zai trying to make his way to these buttery rocks, trying to find a good spot, but the parry is gonna come out from Miss You. Now nowhere left to go. Xiaodan Zai is gonna get taken down, and Miss You LQing APF gonna continue their dominance.
Well, Realm of Yangs, as we saw, are soon to be spawning up. Whether or not these teams are actually going to take them, well, we'll have to wait and see. Last game, everyone did gravitate towards the positioning of those spawns, but just griefed each other, and Tumult Wisps are incredibly good at being able to grief the entrances of the portals. You throw them out, you're able to catch one player in that CC, and a lot of the time the team who actually gets that player wisped are not wanting to fully commit into going into the portal in case 2 of their players are able to get through, and that 3rd player gets left behind. I get my wish! Raven, I get my wish! We're going to get to see Team 7 with that Farrier, Tumulch, and Monk going up against Team 8's Tryhard. It's going to be Onibear coming in with the cannon shots coming through. Ski just dropping in the meter dump from the nunchucks to zone the Monk further back. Adod looking to try and find a little bit more pressure as well with range shots of their own, as no one's really forced a hard commitment just yet. Tryhard trying to close up the distance is going to get tethered by his Kurumi to be able to hold that aggression a little bit longer. Now we've got the first Monk out on the field, and Adwood is actually going to be the one that goes for the transformation, but loses the mech. Tryhard's able to find one, grab the Tumulch ultimate invested, but he's still able to do enough damage off of the slam. Adod inside the Yushan ultimate going to be able to follow up these slams. Onibear gets one kick to connect and stagger the Yushan continuously, but it's going to be so much damage and pressure coming through on the Monk. The grab and punch onto Onibear so that he's continued to be staggered out by Tryhard. It is simply a 3 versus 1, and Onibear is going to struggle. He finds one grab, isn't able to complete the slam, using the F1 on the bell to play his life a little bit longer, but he's not going to be able to grief Tryhard's team. Ronald Yang will not time out. They'll be able to dispatch, unfortunately, the Mech Monk earlier than the Mech Monk was hoping, because that Mech Raven lasted all of 3 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunate. Tryhard just used to be a believer of the Sand Mech, saying it was better than Transformers, but with all the new tech to de-mech Vario, if Vario ever ultimates next to a Monk, if he's in Monk form already, you're always getting D-Mech. You're just going to immediately get scooped on the legs and shoved in the back. It doesn't even matter if you turn it around. Because the Monk is so close, the hand actually goes through your mech and D-Mechs you instantly. You saw half a second of mech coming up from Barrier, no value from it, but Casper and crew on to Kuhn's team. Shoves are coming out. Kishi on the Takeda, looking to get some value, create some space. He's crowd controlling Cats really, really well, but now his team taking so much damage. Casper in a last hit situation. They have to be careful. It looks like he's already popped, but Kishi getting pushed off by Kuhn, and Kuhn with the double charge, gonna absolutely melt Kishi. And now Casper in a 1v3 situation. Can he find a way? It looks like he's in a disengaged mode. Gonna use his fence, gonna try to get the moves going, but DCR hot on his heels with that pole sword, looking for the scale rush, but the fence, a nice moves coming out from Casper, moving around inside the building, outside the building, gets the armor reset, trying to cut noise right now. Kuhn's team doesn't know where he went. Will they clear the building right now? But Kuhn, smart enough, goes in. The gig is up, hide and seek. Tag, you're it. Casper with the dagger, trying to make some moves, trying to get out of her. Nice moves, able to follow up, get around the fence, and we're retreating again into another circle. But Kuhn's team has him staggered right now. Can he get away? Focus slide coming out, but the LMB, RMB, too much damage. Casper able to find his way on the other side of the fence, and again with another armor reset. Casper with the moves, trying to get away with the double parry, gonna get the stabbing, and now Kuhn with the F1's gonna heal up. Casper's created enough space. Is he gonna be able to break line of sight, get enough distance? But Kuhn hot on his heels, like he can break line of sight. Kuhn sees exactly where he's going. No grapple distance to Kuhn's name though. Can Casper make it away? If he makes it to this building, Moxie, he might be able to survive. It's gonna be a long shot though.
I mean, it's gonna be an incredibly long shot given the fact that he's got yang depletion. So if Casper just tries to outkite this team, he's still going to go out of the lobby. All that's going to happen is he denies a kill. I mean, he is actually forcing Team 5 into investing the Tumulch ultimate, and Casper is still alive. The V2 gonna kick in and allow Casper to just scourge off of this ballista tower and try and keep himself moving. At this point, surely he knows he is gonna go down to that yang depletion, and he might just be trying to play for his life to deny that potential kill. He's interrupted before he can find the scourge. The charged LMB on the dagger, allowing him to try and break free, and yeah, there it is. Casper scourging off of ballista tower, putting himself into the zone corruption tick damage. He knows the gig is up. Or actually, he might be able to find the heal reset, but all that's going to do is buy himself the time to burn slowly out to that Yang depletion, because he's either going to walk directly in onto Team 5 and have to 1v3, or he's going to not be able to find another team in time. 34 seconds remaining on the clock that currently is Casper's life, and it's going to not be a very fun half a minute for this Zip in the slightest. Oh, I say that.
Wait a second.
Hello, this is potentially a save for Casper. Did he spot him? Does he know he spotted him? Okay, 13 seconds left for Casper to be able to find this kill. He can't get caught up in the carousel from the longsword. He's got to play defensive and reactive, and you can see the hands are off of the keyboard. Casper accepts his fate. He goes down to miss you. Oh no, if that fight had started out any differently, Raven, he might have had the time to be able to find the kill, but he gets locked into the longsword combo, and there's just simply not enough time to be able to find the turnaround.
Yes, this is not an ideal situation for Casper there. Out of all the players that you run into, it's tough when you run into Misyu in the last 1v1. Misyu barely not making it to Worlds. He actually got 4th in Grand Finals, but known as one of the strongest solo 1v1 players. Unfortunately, Casper sees the situation, bets it all on red. It doesn't work out for him. Misyu able to clutch it out, find that Soul Bloom off Casper. Now he's working his way to get that res, that coins, building up slowly. It looks like Yishao, Godless, and crew looking to assassinate this Yang, and unfortunately for Tryhard, it's them that they find. The silence is going to come out onto the Kurumi. Can Ski survive this? Tryhard coming in with the bell. Great bell from Tryhard, denying all the focus attacks. The healing circle able to come out from the silence, and now Tryhard seen fighting back. Adon in the U-Shot, peeling this Viper. Can they find the opening? They're not able to. Tryhard seemed able to survive the pressure, but now going into the side Yang. One person ran down, Numza, solo, Harim in a 2v3, but the stagger is coming out. The Phoenix Blast, just too much damage. The Takeda all, the shoves, one more shoves left for Harim, and he goes for the ride of his life, and he is going to get taken down.
Oh, Takeda stagger into Phoenix into full release of the triple charge pole sword. That's not a fun way to go. However, Tryhard cutting back to him. He's back in that monk transformation. Yizhao trying to just put a little bit more pressure in with that longsword. Has to be careful that he doesn't get double grabbed. Ski looking for that engagement and interception, so Tryhard is not going to get chunked down. The F recycling back into the mix to keep Tryhard alive. He's able to get himself on top of Yizhao's body and find the Soul Bloom reset as well. And Team 10 might be losing another player. The grapple cancel into subsequent follow-up of the scale rush on that pole sword into muted coming through from those nunchucks into absolute death. Absolute evaporation coming through from teammate, and it really looked like when they got griefed by that Attack on Titan team and the Viper is able to hit that F2 onto the Kurumi, they would be able to find the kill. But like you said, that F1 coming through from Tryhard to be able to just peel the aggression and keep his Kurumi alive long enough for the silence to be able to wear out, and then you can cast the ultimate and keep everyone topped up and alive, because you know, even once the ultimate has burned out, having the F3, having the damage reduction, and the fact that it still heals when it's attached to the monk means that that cycle, that traditional rotation of ultimates that the Kurumi has to use to be able to enable the transformation of the Tianhai to stick in full, that has now been snapped clean in half, because that F3 allows the monk to sit in the ultimate and keep himself in the ultimate even when the Kurumi healing circle is not up.
Yeah, it's just like you were saying, the clutch play from Tryhard, the presence of mind. The bell also guards against the Yodo ult, so that Yishao's team and Godless, they have the best opener possible that you can have onto Transformer, silencing the Kurumi and getting that Yodo ult on top of her. Now the ultimate is going to come out, but since it's V1, it doesn't matter. Yushan ult denies that V1, but now looking over at Kuhn's team, triple charge is going to be coming out. Sin with a ton of momentum onto DCR. DCR wants to fight his way out of this, having his gold F invested. V2 is going to be invested from his Kurumi. He can stay alive for a little bit longer. Solo eating an R&B in the back at Kuhn, trying to peel for DCR, but it's looking like Sin has all the momentum on their side. Numza is going to get taken down. Oh no, I cast a curse him. DCR was 1 HP the whole time, and now Solo with the F1 is going to start retreating. No, Kareem's being left behind as a noble sacrifice. Kareem going to the south. Going to be running into Miss You, though. APF and LQing. Showing up to the party. Seeing the leftovers. And now DCR going to back off. Get some of this nice loot. And it's just so tough to win against this Sand Siphon. Nowhere to go. Hareem going to get picked up by Miss You, by APF and LQing. Will they take this next fight, though? Miss You does have his Takeda ult online. Posturing up. The loot is good over here. It's looking delicious. I wonder what Hareem had. Unfortunately for Solo, he can make his way, possibly find a res in the future. But for now, going into this endgame, we have 16 players alive. Miss You team in contention for first. Tryhard's team leading on intel. If APF's team has a really pop-off game again, they're up to 11 kills already. 11 kills. Now, unfortunately for Tryhard's team, they won't be able to win any money, but this team can. Miss You, LQing APF. They're in here for the big bucks. $6,000 for first place. That's a lot of cheddar, Moxie.
Yeah, you can see from the Soul Jades that they haven't been able to upgrade that Fire Arrows Soul Jade to have target lock enabled, but Fire Arrow is still doing a lot of damage to these Takeda Sand Siphon compositions, considering when you have that fire tick, you are getting hit by the heal cut. And that is something that the Zip suffers against as opposed to something like the Kurumi. So it can be really good at being able to bait these Sand Siphon compositions into throwing out that Zip sustain tool a little bit too early, as we're going to be seeing Team 12. I believe Missy was actually able to double buy back both APF and LQing, considering when we last saw Miss You, he was able to find that 1v1 against Casper, and he was the lone Takeda, so he must have been able to actually buy his players back, which would make sense because when we actually cut to Team 12, when they were coming up for that third party, the two players had blue armor, I believe. So one thing that they were able to find off of Hemene's body must have been one set of purple armor, which they're going to be incredibly happy about because that's an immediate upgrade where you also don't have to put yourself into an incredibly disadvantaged position, like being incredibly far forward and trying to control a Morris Blessing in a lobby that is being currently dominated by Sand Siphon.
Yeah, lovely pickup there, Mox. I completely forgot that Miss You was a solo who killed Casper earlier, able to find that res using those coins. Now Tryhard on the traditional Transformers on top of the roof. They just want to play this out, get this gold armor, and it looks like New wants the action, wants to fight on this rooftop. Dragon Roar is going to be coming out. Takeda ult is invested in response. Adon on this Batic Raid, going to pop that U-Shot on, hopefully create some space for his team. F3 going to be invested onto Tryhard. Tryhard still wants to get Oogly, wants to get in that action, has the Dragon War, wants to find someone caught out, but he realizes another team is showing up. Miss You and crew all peppering in, wants to play for this armor. Takeda ult shove does come out. It's not a really good spot for Tryhard on the Monk to find some value off this ultimate, and now multiple teams showing up. Kuhn's team showing up. We got 4 teams moshing it out for this last box, and it looks like Tryhard's going to attempt his Umbrella's going to come down to defend against this range, but Tryhard has to be careful or not lose all of his armor before he reds. He heads in the building, trying to reset some armor. LQing now, diving in, looking to take the box, but again, Tryhard intel looking to claim this loot, but from multiple angles. We got DPCQ showing up now. Ed, the whole lobby is here at this box. Yan Lee against the fence, looks for the silence, able to get it onto Tryhard. He has to be careful here. He does push the Viper to the low ground. Unfortunately, Adon is going to get stunned, but Yan Lee, solo player, not able to get any value and no follow-up from his teammates, but
back to the box.
The box. We want this box, Moxie.
Are they going to be able to get it? Or are we going to see Niu coming for the creep? Oh! Almost! Hey, there we go. Tryhard walks away with legendary armor. I believe that they also have 2 sets of Dragon's Roar as well. As Tryhard's taking a lot of potential damage coming through from repeating crossbow with Venom Tip attached to it. But crucially, Team 8 did not have to invest that TN High ultimate, so no one is going to be trying to press that engagement against this team and punish them when there stands those really powerful burst ultimate windows. And so we're going to see Team A, just as we saw in the last lobby, those Transformer teams wanting to put themselves onto the high ground. A lot of these other teams, as a result, wanting to try and play towards the insides of these tents and sides of the cliff so that they have terrain to be able to evade the monk grabs when Tryhard does go for the ultimate. I do believe he's the only monk that we have currently in this lobby. So when he does go for that ultimate, he is going to be painting a significant target on his back, as well as not having other monks to be able to take over a lot of the focus fire coming through from some of these teams when he drops outside of that ultimate with the monk domino effect that we see in Transformer heavy lobbies. We're going to see a Farrier go into mech to try and escape a lot of the range projectile poke coming through, as everyone now is pushed off of those more hidden spaces and out into the open. And looking for those stagger setups. New coming in with the pistol damage onto the players opposite them, taking a little bit of pressure coming through, but nowhere near the amount of pressure that is currently going down on the plateau opposite. Healing ray defense coming in from the Transformers team with that F3 kicking in to keep everyone topped up. Mushroom did go down in the meantime, as we're actually going to see Team 11's Yushan. I stand corrected, there is still one other Transformer team in this lobby. Tryhard now in that ultimate, looking to try and find some of these grabs. Ski actually separated away, will be able now to come in with that repeating crossbow. Tryhard's been able to find one grab. Repeating crossbow doing so much follow-up damage into the Dragon's Roar. Miss You is going to go down. Adod, however, having used that Yushan ultimate at the same time as Tryhard's transformation ultimate. This is something that we've actually started to see a lot of these players go for because of the enabling factor of that Karumi F3, even as the monk drops out of the ultimate. Because you have that healing defense, you're going to not have to worry about using the Yushan to be able to ice off a lot of that pressure with his ultimate. Instead, you can look to come in with the Yushan ultimate to stagger and set up those monk picks while the monk is still in that transformation. Tryhard still taking a lot of fire coming through from some of these players around him. Ski, however, is the one that is currently burning to the flames breath coming through from team number 5. The Karumi losing that armor again and again and again. You can see the focus fire. All of these players see that Karumi, see that monk still standing, and know that they need to pick up the weak spot in this composition, which is that support.
The cannon pressure coming out from Yu and Kuhn's team, forcing out Tryhard's team. They picked up a couple kills, but APF in the background, finally taking the aggro from Yu, but Kuhn's team knows that they have intel against the ropes. They're trying to find Ski. They're trying to close him out, but he's able to make his way into the tunnels, able to get a reset here, but it looks like Kuhn looking for the flank, not able to get it. Cat, DCR, Kuhn, they want to take this fight. Yu able to pick up APF. Now 3 teams alive. Yanli making his way sneakily into the building. Last solo alive, and it looks like Kuhn's team doesn't want to overextend. They want to secure this win, and now Tryhard ult almost back online. He has full health. This is going to be a juicy monk ult. There's no way he's going to be taken down right now. Yanli gonna pop his ultimate. Does find DCR stun, but they end up staring into each other's eyes, not able to do anything except locked eyes. Tryhard turns to the left, ready to Dragon Roar, not able to get it. Adon on the rooftop, but now Tryhard with the ultimate inside the Temio. Adon tries to come in, wants to help stagger with Tryhard, but the group heal, advance heal coming out from Ski, doing wonders for his team. Tryhard's going to de-transform, doesn't get any value out of his ultimate, but able to force that Temi ult up now. Now holding on the top road. Tryhard opening up with the Dragon Roar, looking for some hits, but the Takeda gonna shove him out. You're not welcome here, Tryhard. Cats inside the building. The mosh pit is ensuing. Yu joining in as well. All 3 teams just jumping, piling into this house. Now Ski realizing, wait a second, let's not get in there. We're disengaging out of here. Adon making up the space. Kuhn, Cat making their way to the top road. Now Yu big with the Takeda ult, flying out, trying to create some opportunity, forcing out Ski into the ultimate. Great parry coming up on Scree, denying that Phoenix Blast. Tryhard's gonna get buried here, but he still has the bell up. Adon coming in with the slams, peeling off the Takeda ult, running out now. Hopefully Tryhard is going to be able to have his ultimate out. Now Kuhn's team on the top road, they lost one of their members, but Tryhard coming in with the loot, able to salvage a lot of these heals. They've taken up so much damage. Now Kuhn's team is going to tag in, see if they can get a kill. Unfortunately for them, Yu is going to get the full reset. Adon, no ultimate to his name. Ski, no ultimate to his name. It's going to be a scuff fight leading into the last leg of this fight. Triple charge is flying out from Adon, doing a ton of damage to the zipping, but the Dragon Roar from Tryhard following up, not letting his opponents get away. Kuhn, last man standing of his team. Mortal Defiance is gonna pop. He's trying to get away right now. New trying to take advantage of the last solo hit. Tryhard wants to secure this kill, get another kill on the board, up to 13 kills already. Now last team up. Moxie, who's gonna take it?
Tryhard able to come back in with the ultimate, and we are outside in the open where the monk is going to be able to find the most value. Adod with the R on that pole sword, again intercepting the players that Tryhard is able to slam into this Yushan with that pole sword. Dragon's Roar being thrown out on repeat from the Karumi to cover Tryhard as well. Everyone getting scooped up into that gold as Tryhard is looking to try and grab some more of these players. New looking to try and use the cliffs and dodge around the grabs coming on out. Tryhard out of the ultimate, charging up the Dragon's Roar to clank against that legendary soldier coming through from the Katana. Takeda ultimate now going to be invested. Tryhard belling through the stagger to be able to reposition and charge up a Dragon's Roar, turning it now onto Niu. Once is out of that blue and into gold, looking to do exactly the same as his Yushan continues to remain on the field, staggering everyone into the corruption 6 damage. Surely this is going to be a win for Tryhard's team that caught up in the legendary soldier, but it's a 3 versus 1. He's going to have the ultimate available as well, but Tryhard goes down to the Katana. Now it's a 2 versus 1. The Yushan without that ultimate. BG continues to be pressured out by both Ski and the Yushan, and Adod will be able to come in with the pulse sword lockdown to be able to chunk the health down. It looked a lot closer than it should have been in a 3 versus 1, but the second that we went out into that open and Tryhard is able to use that ultimate to get that health replenish, because when he uses that monk ultimate as that zone collapses in, he's actually hit with the fire tick damage. His health is going down rapidly, and the fact that he's able to actually hit the ultimate in time to save himself and give himself that second life is what turned things around for his team.
Yeah, looking at the highlights here, Tryhard's team absolutely dominating in the realm of Yang since he, with Harim on their siphon comm, able to bring this out, getting a win over QNT here. The pole sword slams coming out from Harim, just doing so much damage in that back line. That flank coming in huge. Back to Tryhard's team. The double grab from Tryhard with the follow-up slam. The 1-2 punch coming out from the double transform of Tryhard and Adod. Just too much to deal with now. Just a standard cleanup with those light attacks. Now transitioning, getting closer to the end game. The double grab again coming out from Tryhard. Just so much monstrous double grabs coming out from Team Intel. Now we're seeing the 1v1 with Casper. Casper able to dodge Misused team, not Misused team, the other team on the tower. Unfortunately for him, finding Misu, trying to res his teammates, and Misu's actually able to res the rest of his team, and now solo Harim inside the realm of Yang. The Phoenix Blast, just too much damage, too much knockdown, sending Harim for a ride, unable to survive in situations. And we're looking at what I think is probably the play of the game. Adon, Intel, Tryhard, able to survive the ambush from LQing and Godless. Their team, one of the best teams on the NA server, opening up with the perfect execution, but the perfect PO coming out from Try. Now this end game was spectacular. We had multiple teams on every side of the corner, cannon pressure from all sides, and it comes down to a 3v3 with a singular ult, Monk ult versus Takeda ult. Unfortunately for them, Tryhard was able to come out on top and create even more value with the Dragon Roar. Adon with the Yushan, able to transition perfectly, covering all of his teammates, denying that Takeda pressure. Now in this 3v1 situation, we see a kill coming out from New Big. He's clutching it up. There was signs of life, but the light attacks are coming out. Non-stop stagger just coming out, unable to get anything going, and Adon is gonna clean it up, and it looks like Intel in a solid position to take today for $0. Now they're not going to get any of that prize pool, but they are here to win it regardless. OU at 82.8. Billy Smile at 64.5. Crazy Cow, we saw U's teams skyrocketing up. Now they're in striking distance of the top 3. Now, because Intel, DPCQ cannot win any prize money, the rest top 2, 3, and 4 will be considered first place going into this last game. Little Sheep's team as well in striking distance of a big cash prize themselves. Now DBZQ playing with Zhao Nanzai, maintaining their top 6th place. Kuhn's team skyrocketing up the leaderboards though at 41.2, S-Worms at 39.4. Sin staying consistent in striking range. They can get a 20-point game, possibly get into the money in that top 4 for Zoo, Quantum, TDM. They're playing this last round out of desperation, out of pride. Hopefully they can get something going for their last game of the day.
Yeah, talking about striking distance, we are within striking distance of the very last game of the day. Grand finals for the Astral Cup will finish in 1 game, Raven. But you know, it takes a little bit of time to approach that last game, so we're going to gap close over to it right after this break. It all comes down to this, Raven. We have been going through the Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup for 3 weeks. So many matches. We've seen these players go through so many different lobbies, so many different compositions, so many day and night cycles. And here we stand at the gates. One last match is going to determine who walks away with such a huge amount of money for this prize pool. But not just that, the honor as well. Because some of these teams, as we've talked about, are playing purely for their name and reputation. And probably a little bit of fun as well.
A lot of fun. Intel loves Naraka. They're super passionate, but everyone in the top right here, most of these players, 2 years vets, coming in hot. A lot of players coming back because Astral's Cup's event, super awesome. I'm super happy that they were able to throw this event. Tons of players coming out. Even with the 12 rounds, even with the 10 rounds, even with slightly different rule sets, everyone has had a ton of fun. And with this prize pool being so large, the future of Naraka is looking super bright. Now, for this last round, I said Game 5, championship round, that's where the clutch is up. It really sets you up for the possibility of actually taking home the prize. Now, there were a couple teams, the top 4, all within that 20-point game. Now, 20 points, that's a really good game. You got to pop off right now if you're hoping to take first place. Because remember, Intel cannot claim the prize. Gallus' team cannot take the prize. So there are 2 spots that are not up there for that top $6,000. So a lot of teams in the striking range. There's going to be a ton of drama unfolding. Every kill's going to matter. Anything between 10 to 20. We got 2 moving moonbanes around the map. We got DPCQ. We got Gallus. We got Intel. All showing up, looking to get that action. And everyone's hot dropping. This is the last game. It always happens.
I mean, yeah, there is literally no reason to not go as aggressive as possible because, like you said, this is the last game. So this is going to be action-packed from start to finish. As Eventide is going to be seeing a lot of action right off of the Ripsin. Coming in, oh my goodness, what a wombo combo. R&B on the fan at the same time as R&B on the Halberds. One player gets stagger locked off of one focus strike, and if you get stagger locked by one, you get stagger locked and immediately eliminated by the second. That's absolutely devastating, and if you don't parry it right off the bat or have that combo breaker F, you're just gone, as a lot of these players are just gone within seconds. Everyone is going for full try hard, everyone is going for full team synergy, number locking everyone down in the light stagger so other players are able to throw into those blues without worry of parrying, as now we do get to see Shipwreck. We're already down to 21 players in this lobby.
13 people down.
All of the players going down will have rebirths, but these numbers are going to be skyrocketing and dipping like absolute crazy, as Mushroom is going to be trying to track down some of the stragglers from Team 10, interrupted before they're going to be able to scare rush off of that staff. Potential recovery, however, coming through from the team, as we are going to see the F3 come through from an enemy Viper. Mushroom just throwing in the charge ups on that fan, looking to find a connection onto Casper, throws out the ultimate as well to be able to catch the Yoto. Will be able to dodge through that Yoto blade once it's run out as well. Viper ultimate now going to be invested, coming through to force Mushroom back around side of the building, and it did look like that was actually able to find a couple of staggers and result in plan B. The Wu Chen going down, no ultimate to be able to teleport people away, and as a result Mushroom is actually forced to stick the revive, as we see the combination of the Tesla and the Viper able to together double the res speed and pick the fallen player up, as someone drops the Bane's Breath and immediately everyone scatters away from Team 3.
New showing up with the Moonbane third party, just everyone piling in to Shipwreck. It's an absolute festival of carnage going down at Shipwreck. QNT trying to disengage, but DPCQ hot on their heels, and New completing the sandwich with the flank play. Plan B realizing a full new team is behind them. New double ulting in. Plan B is going to get absolutely deleted. The V2 is going to be invested by Jiaodon's Eye, but it's too late. There's nowhere left to go, and DPCQ is going to go down by the third party of New. That Moonbane timing attack coming in late to these hot drop locations just guarantees you're going to be fighting out with these very scuffed teams who may not be aware, who don't have a ton of heals because they've just been fighting nonstop off spawn. Now, it looks like New had something going. They took an isolated fight and they were able to grab that money, grab that advantage, and come over to Shipwreck, knowing that there was a ton of action going down there. Now, transitioning into this mid game. Now, it looks like they saved their Siphon comp for this last game. Now, like we were saying before, Moxie, this is the strongest comp in the current trios meta until something new is found. Maybe Hadi, there's something in the works. We saw a little bit of it today, but this composition, early game, mid game, inside Yang, end game, just so powerful because it just works off the back of that Takeda and the heels of that B2 zipping. Now, QNT, unfortunately for them, getting moonbaned as a duo versus Koonsteam, and I believe this is their second life. Kishi is going to get taken down on the Wu-Chen. It's up to Casper. Every time we see him, he just has to be breaking people's ankles. Can he make the moves? Can he find the distance to get away from Koonsteam? Looks like he's going to get the resets, but only mini heals to his name. Not much he can do right now. Looks like Killua is going to have to sacrifice him. Great tracking coming out from Koonsteam to take down Casper. Now, QNT on the ropes. It looks like Killua sitting on top of the rooftop tries to sneak a res. I respect it. We're going down with the ship. We're not leaving any homie left behind. F3's going to come out. 1v3 situation. Can Killua find a horizontal? Can he find a parry? The grapple stagger is going to come out. No more hit points to his name. He's going to pop the B2, but he's unable to, and QNT is going to get deleted by Koonsteam.
QNT on the receiving end of both Bane's breaths, both the one that TC drops and also the one that went down in Shipwreck. And we said it was going to be an incredibly aggressive team. That aggression, I'm sure, is going to be continuing for a lot of these teams that still need to claw their way up the leaderboards. They're not going to be holding anything back, as we're going to be seeing Team 4 taking a fight against Team 1. Hardy on the field. Here we go. Golden stage focus. He's going to be able to use the mobility on the ultimate to dodge away from the Viper ultimate just off of distance, and also breaking line of sight, coming in with the triple charge to try and peel for his players who did get stunned. He is going to get hit by that Tessa ultimate activation, which means that he has to wait the 3 seconds to be able to get the F back on and be able to fly out of range. And we're starting to see maybe why Hardy hasn't really found his place in the meta currently. Not only does he struggle against something like the Tumult with the Wisps being able to catch you out in the ultimate, but the fact that you lose that momentary flight when you get hit by the Tessa ultimate activation and then subsequent tether breakage means that you're a little bit too vulnerable when you drop out of that flight mode. As now we're going to be seeing New actually able to pick Koon off of the rip as well. They're going to be very happy about that. This is an incredibly aggressive team that are already up to 10 kills as they continue to shock these locations of Shipwreck, not allowing any team really to be able to scale loot off of this area to potentially push into Realm of Yang. Neoni is even using the Tumult ultimate to clear over Team 5's head and cut off their disengagement. Yoda ultimate is going to be invested, finding some stagger onto the players of the Sand Siphon. Cat actually taking the opportunity to try to sneak away in the meantime, but the Yoda ultimate is gone. The Takeda shove still remains, and they're able to find the kill again onto Koon as a result.
That Temi ult was spectacular, cutting off the full retreat, and you're just seeing why this Sand Siphon is so powerful. Temi ult, so oppressive. Takeda ult, so oppressive. V2 zipping, making them unkillable. What can you do against this except just die with no Wu-Chen port to the name? They're going to get shredded. Now we got Yishao, Godless in a Transformer Ditto versus Little Sheep's team. One grab's going to go down. Double grab coming out, deciding the fate of Little Sheep now in a 1v3. Can he bring this? Oh, 1v2. Little Sheep has an opportunity to bring this back, but the Kurumi is rezzing the Yushan. The Monk slams are coming out. Little Sheep looking for the grab, moving to the side, but the Umbrella is going to defend against this. Little Sheep trying to find an opening here, but Yan Li with the movement able to outbox Little Sheep. Now on the D-Transform 1v3 situation, going to eat the Soul Bloom, but what can he do? He's under the Kurumi Umbrella. Light attack's going to go down, and he leaves them with a little present of poison mushroom, but it's not gonna matter. Yishao, Godless, Yan Li are gonna take it on the outside on the Ditto Transformers.
Legendary something on the body as well. That has to be a soul jade. We are going to be soon seeing the realm of Yangs, and unfortunately for Team 10, actually no, I think they were able to hold on to their Yushan ultimate. Yeah, he still has it on the lower left side. Yusha should be able to come back into that Kurumi ultimate pretty soon, as well as that Transformer, as we're going to be seeing team number 9 trying to vie for the position of that realm of Yang. Might just be griefed out of it, however, as it is going to be Sin coming in with that Farrier mech, connecting one cannon shot onto the Viper, forcing them to back on off. This is the buff that came through onto Farrier. If you get hit by one of those cannons, you go into the absolute blender. 1 connect, 2 connect, 3 connect, Viper gone. And now it's going to be Sin with that numbers deficit, trying to find these kills to stick. LNB coming through from Solo on that dagger to be able to avoid a lot of the damage coming through from the Yoda ultimate, and we're actually going to see a Realm of Yang fight, as it does look like it's Yi Xiao's team. Yanli not having that ultimate online just yet, however, surely it's got to come online soon so the Transformer team can find the namesake and win condition, as I think the team has, yeah, they've seen that, okay, they don't have that Monk ultimate, they're forced to actually use the Yushan ultimate to be able to disrupt the composition of the team that they're up against. They've been able to find 1 kill off of the back of it. Big with the Takeda ultimate activation will be able to stagger back the Yushan and buy himself a little bit more space, but they don't have the Kurumi Teva to be able to find the revive. Kurumi ultimate now going to be coming on through Teva as well to keep everybody topped up and alive with that extra damage reduction going on out. Yanli now getting the opportunity to use this transformation, looking to try and find some of these grabs. Big trying to pressure the Kurumi, trying to play behind the pillar so he doesn't get grabbed out. Has to be careful that he doesn't get flushed out of this hiding position by the rest of the teammates on Team 10. He's looking as Yanli to find these grabs. He's able to find one, holds in position for potentially any follow-up damage on the pulse, or the zip healing going to be kicking on through to be able to keep themselves alive a little bit longer. 25 seconds left. Yanli just charging up the nunchuck meter dump in case they need to use it, but they're going to hold on to all of that meter charge as they get hit by the poison splash as the zip goes down.
Crazy clutch up by Yi Xiao and Gala's team. They don't have full ultimates. They only have one. They have they just have Yushan ult, and they're able, through that Yushan ult's pressure, able to get their Kurumi ult online, able to get their Monk ult online. Nunu makes a huge mistake, blunder there, not investing their ultimates quickly, dragging it out there. Now we got intel versus Sin. Ult's gonna be invested. Tryhard is enchanted. He's taking a ton of damage. Skis coming in with the peel, gonna take down DRX. Now in a 2v3 situation, Sin versus Intel. Tryhard still has his ultimate on, still has the buff up. Will he invest it? They are tracing down I'm Yellow. Yogurt. Is he going to be testing whether or not Intel is lactose intolerant? It looks like their stomach can stomach it. They're going to consume that yogurt and take him down. Sin again, not able to get it going. They're knocking on the door of greatness, but this last day, last tournament just is not going to be their day. Unfortunately, it is still Intel's day. They are still representing NA, going to Worlds, even with Hero not showing up today, having to work. Adon stepping up to the plate, filling in those big shoes, showing up big for this team, looting up. Are they going to be able to cruise this victory? New is doing super well. They have to hold their lead. I believe they were 10 or 15 points ahead, but now it looks like Gala's team with the buff jumping in. F3 is going to be already invested. Transformers against these buildings. Yushan ult's going to be invested, able to maneuver around here. The red buff is going to be running out. How is Intel going to respond to this? Adon's taking a ton of damage. Scale Rush going to come out from Tryhard, and now the shove's coming out. Yushan taking a lot of damage right now. Stoneform coming out. Yangli trying to create some pressure, but Tryhard holding his ground, tanking for his team, and now the shove's coming in on the healing circle. Yanli with the Monk, able to create some space right now, but quickly Tryhard moves out of line of sight, getting his team to safety, and now the buildings, the worst terrain for Transformers. Their absolute opponent in this situation is going to take the win.
Yeah, and I mean, surely, yeah, they have to cancel the monk ult early, and as a result, Team 8 take the opportunity to be able to jump onto them, try hard with that legendary pole sword, just able to chunk through so much health. Even if they tried to take that fight with the Transformer ultimate still active, you would just be able to skirmish off of all of these buildings and find so much damage onto that monk's feet. It is, however, up against a team that did have that Vermilion Bird's might, having won that Realm of Yang, so they're still going to be in this lobby and can potentially look for revenge. But Team 8 are going to be incredibly happy as they have another 3 kills on the leaderboard, and off of all of the damage that they were able to do towards the tail end of the fight, they've also recharged those ultimates, so when they take this additional pressure coming through from the next team that rolls up on this position, they're going to be able to play as aggressively as they want. Team 5 potentially thinking about maybe pushing into Celestra, deciding to back off instead and allowing Team 8 a little bit of downtime to go for some shopping.
Intel up to 10 kills. Now, last time we were at Nunu, I think they were up to 12 kills. We see Nunu big into a scuffle with DCR and Kuhn. They happen to be scouting out over here, so Tryhard making his way over. The box is right in front of them. Nunu, DCR, Tryhard, Intel, all rolling up to the same location. Moshpit is going to be going in. Sin's over here to the side. Tryhard probing on the outside. Sees the Wuchen port going in, and he sees Nunu here on the mirror siphon. Adon gonna pop up the Temi ult, locking them in, and now Tryhard coming in with the jumping LB like a wrecking ball. Ult's can be invested, shoving coming out, denying the get out from the Temi right now. The shoves are coming out, Fly with the great peel, and Tryhard is gonna get shredded from behind. The fan damage just so big that he's unable to see and anticipate it, but Nunu Fly able to keep his team alive. He's their last hope. They're up to 13 kills. They need more. He needs to get away from here, but Kuhn, Cat, DCR has him against the rope. V2 is going to be invested. He's going to be swinging through, weaving, dodging. He needs to get out of here if he hopes to pass Intel. They're in a great position, though, in that second place, but APF, miss you, LQing. Up to 5 kills with 14 people alive. They need to get the rest of these kills. Able to take down Ski. No one really left to contest them. They just have Sin left. Will they go into Yang? It looks like DCR's team as well has a full team. It looks like DCR, KK, and Kuhn's team looking for the assassination, denying the Yang play. They don't want them to get in there, but they unfortunately get no value off their execution. Miss you, able to deny all of their pressure with the singular Takeda, and now, unfortunately for them, they found them next to the Ballista. Looks like LQing. DCR, Kuhn trying to make their way onto the Ballista to peel up, but Miss you, defended by the Temi ult, is gonna take down Kuhn. DCR goes down. The dynamic duo, their last tournament of NA, gonna get taken down. Their hopes and dreams on the shoulders of Cat inside the center of the building. He cuts noise, trying to just survive, trying to possibly play for a res, but LQing, APF hunting for this last player. LQing is gonna find Cat, our last player remaining. He knows he's in the tower. He makes the call out. Now Cat in this infinite kite spot. Can he find a way to break their ankles on the platform? Hiding, hide and seek. Ooh. Looks like he's gonna survive for now, but for how long?
You know what's really funny? He's literally on the wooden scaffolding, and he's using the white rags to disguise his position. So Team 12, they don't actually know. They think he's away from the tower. They're checking the purple invisibility bushes. And yeah, Cat is actually, if you cut to this perspective, super easy to see. But when you actually are on the tower Skarish kite, you see that white cloth. It actually obscures the vision of the player behind it. And because it's literally one of the places they think, oh, it's so obvious, there's no way they're going to be there, Cat is able to roll in that 20 on the stealth check and makes it out and backs on off. Sadly, he might be about to back off into another team. However, oh, okay, changes direction. is going to be taking that Blessings quest to try and get as much money as possible. Although I do believe he has enough to be able to buy back some of these players. Another team also in that situation that need to be able to buy back players is New, as unfortunately Cat is back in the position of trying to survive being chased upon. This time, they're too close behind him to be able to use that scaffolding trick and hide himself behind that white rag. He just has to take the fight, and he's just gonna go down. Yanli's able to find the killing blow, and Cat is gonna be popping up on the wrong side of the kill feed before they're able to find that recovery. We haven't, I believe, seen New's last player, their Zip, actually pop on the wrong side of the kill feed. So New can 100% turn things around. We did see Misyu able to find both revives on his teammates on the last game of Holoroth, and it is a Zip. And as we've talked about Sand Siphon, Zip is probably one of the best heroes to try and survive one versus outnumbered fights because of the sustainability that's available to you. Yes, you're not going to be running the F2, which used to be meta when Zip was previously coming to the forefront of compositions, which meant that you couldn't get grapple cancelled, but having the F1 and being able to find those heals while still on the move is absolutely huge for survivability rates. We're going to now be seeing Yanli in that transformer. He's been able to find one grab, but he's actually staggered out of it by the cannon shots, and the Hardy does take a lot of damage, but is able to use the glider F2 to dodge away from the reverb grab coming through from the monk, and he's disengaged off of the back of it. As a result, Yanli taking so much damage off of all of the soul shades around him, gets hit by that Tesla ultimate as well, gonna be dropping out of the ultimate, but he doesn't time the iframe cancel, and he does get hit by the enchantment. The Kurumi ultimate now invested from Yi Zhao, as we see the Hattie glider being used, but Yanli is actually able to intercept where the glider is going to go, but he goes into the uppercut, launch a combo off of the dagger fan into that vertical, immediate lockdown. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Yanli baited into using that bell, and the Hattie is straight out of her.
The F being invested from the Hottie. That looks so hilarious. Like, we're out of here. Hareem trying to get out of it. Gets the Soul Shatter mix up onto Yanli. Not ready of it, but the power of Transformers just too much to overcome. I started chuckling. Is a monk ulted in the center of these trees, and he just gets trapped. He looks to demech the Barrier, but he's unable to because of the trees. But it doesn't matter. Yishao, Godless, Zoo clean up that fight. And unfortunately, we're not going to see a clutch up from the other team, Sin. I love that they played Hottie. I love that they played Feria with the changes. They try to make it work. They try to mix up the current meta, but it's just not enough time. A few days. Patch was Wednesday. Just a few days. Not able to work out this game. So Adod's going to be caught out here, though. Yishao, Godless, and crew. Can Adod show his moves off? The Temi ult's going to be invested. Trees everywhere. He's not able to scale rush up, but he is going to get a max range grapple. He's going to go for the max range play. No grapples to his name. What can he do except run for his life?
He's
Perfect
got a
web.
staff.
He does have a staff, but the ult's gonna be coming out. Misuse team showing up with a third party. And again, a Yan Li with the monk flying in, looking for this grab. Great stagger coming out from his team. L-Qing trying to dodge, trying to get out of line of sight. Pops the ultimate to get some space just in case he gets grabbed. Temi ult's gonna be invested, and now the turnaround. Yishao behind the wind wall. Yan Li can't do anything for him. He's gonna come flying in at the remains of his fallen comrade, but it's not gonna matter. Misyu with the dual halberd shredding him, and now de-transforming him, looking for the focus snag, not able to get it. Belt's gonna be invested. Yushan ult is coming out, but the Takeda ult shoving him against the corner, and now Yushan running for his life. He's not going anywhere though. Misyu with his ultimate online. APF L-Qing in hot pursuit. We got a wild Yushan on the run. He's trying to make his way through the mushrooms, through the trees. It doesn't matter though. Misyu hot on his heels. Gonna get the stagger off onto the bridge. The gold halberd's just doing too much damage. 1v3, nowhere in sight. And Zoo is gonna get taken down. And Misyu's team laddering up right now for that big cash prize. They're up to 10 kills. Who is going to get up there? Thousands of dollars on the line.
New did it! They got both of their players back into the mix. I was wondering when we were going to cut back to Flyer's perspective. The Zip was able to buy both of their players back, and now it's going to be a fight of New versus Mistyu's team. Temi ultimate going to be invested. Fly coming in, trying to play aggressive, gets caught out in the tumult. Wisp and isn't going to be able to help. That team has already used the ultimate, however, so everyone is still going to be receiving that healing. Overholds the fan, then cancels it out to be able to come in with a couple of those light attacks. Poison Shroom's also going to be making it a lot harder for these players to be able to hold on to their health bars as it goes directly through the health and ignores that shielding as Takeda ultimates still to come into play. 1-2 coming through from Big. They've lost Fly, however, on the zip. Horizontal swinging into Miss You. However, but Big is caught out by the Wisp. Zip immediately going to be kicking in with that V2 from LQing to be able to survive the damage coming through from this legendary pole sword. Again, we're going to see that Toxic Mushroom actually starting to chunk away Big's health bar, and they lock him into position so he's not able to disengage and find a heal with the Tumult ultimate. Being now the only player remaining for Niu coming in with the pole sword, not going to be able to take the 1 versus 1. APF, the only player alive. I think the only other player that is still in the mix is actually Adod, who when we last saw him was able to use the fact that Team 12 took another fight to be able to position himself on top of the Morris Blessing. Was he able to find a soul altar? Adod is just looking to live for as long as possible, but he's out of vitality. He's going to go down. It's an anti-climax, Raven, as our last ever game of the Truers 2023 Astral Cup is finished by zone corruption tick damage.
To be fair to Adod, it was the right play in a 2v1 situation with the points being so close. He doesn't want to risk giving that points over. He does clutch it up though. Adod was in the mix of everyone going out, and we saw the carnage over here in Wreckage, just non-stop third partying. The Moonbane's going down, just so much fighting. QNT goes down to DPCQ. DPCQ goes down to Niu. Now on the outside, Godless's team versus, I believe this is AdWords team. Double grab goes down on both sides, but it's not enough. The healing circle was already invested. Unfortunately for Oni, he's not going to be able to clutch it up for his teammates there. Really, really close fight. Both teams get back-to-back double grabs now inside the realm of Yang. Godless Yanli with the grab again versus Niu, closing it out. I remember this fight, a singular Yushan ult, able to win it out versus Niu's double ult. Niu just holds onto their ult for way too long, not able to get anything going, and Godless's team is able to clutch it up. Now inside Celestia, we saw just how important terrain is in these fights. Tryhard's team getting jumped on by Godless and Yanli with their Transformers, able to fade out, deny any value from that Monk ultimate, coming back and cleaning up with a pure zero ban action. No ultimates to anyone's name, just mono melee versus melee. Tryhard makes quick work of them. Now, closing out the day, the last couple fights, the most important fights, we see APF Miss You LQing, clutching it up versus Godless's teams. Yanli, they just not able to do much. Transformers versus Siphon, just not very good. But the most exciting fight of the last match was the clutch up versus Niu in the end. But we're just going to get the follow-up of Adon denying that last point.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna come down to the wire, I'm sure. Ooh, not as close to the wire as we thought. Okay, 122.2 points picked up for Intel, and it's actually going to be OU who walk away in that second position. Niu moving up into third. They had a really good game number 1, but did struggle a couple of games after, but being able to put as many points as they had early on once again enables them to have a little bit of a cushion to be able to go through some of those rougher games that they're able to bounce back with the end games at the very late part of the day. Billy Smile also going to be walking away with that 4th position, 80.3, incredibly close behind Niu. GR going to be a little bit further behind on 5th, Lonely picking up the rear with 6th, and then we have S-Wims on 7, DPCQ on 8th, Sin on 9, Quantum on 10, 11 on Zoo, and TDM on 12.
5.4 points. Who was on the team of TDM having a rough day, but still making it the finals? And we're seeing the outcome and why these two teams are representing NA at Worlds. Intel, DPCQ, Godless's team, their Pug still getting 4th. with Yi Xiao and Dumpling, or in this case, Dumpling didn't play. Zhu played. APF team, miss you. Coaching up Intel, going to be going to Worlds as well, but technically not part of the team. So he's able to play with APF. These boys are able to close it out, win that giant bag. Crazy Cow, New. Their rank demons showing up huge today, able to climb up, push through, climb up and ladder up to that third place. Even Kuhn's team able to get to that top 6, but only the top 4 will be being played. I believe Lil Sheep's team should be getting that last place for that nice chunk of cash. Thousands of dollars going out. $10,000 total. $6,000 going to first. $2,000 going to second. Awesome event going down. What exciting gameplay from everyone. We saw some great end games, a little bit of clutch, but that last game, it's always just coming down to full aggression. The teams on that cusp, they only get paid for top 4, so it's do or die. It's a Hail Mary or nothing, and unfortunately, some of the teams came up short, but not New. They came down pushing. They're able to clutch up some nice moolah. OU's team able to weather the storm, have another solid game themselves, surviving that wreckage play. Whew. What a day of Astral Cup trios, Moxie.
I mean, I'm happy. I got to see Hardy. We were talking about the fact that Transformers definitely feels like it took a hit in terms of its placement and meta, but I think the bus to Kurumi is making it a little bit more competitive with something like the sustainability that's provided to Zip. So you don't always have to worry about, losing your ultimates as a Transformer team, especially inside places like Realm of Yang, and still not having been able to clinch that win condition, because that F3 now not only has that dash reduction, but also does the healing tick damage. Even outside of those ultimates, you can still somewhat go toe-to-toe with Sand Siphon. It's still definitely not having that insane kill potential that is available in the neutral that Sand Siphon has over Transformer, but it definitely makes it a little bit more competitive, and I cannot wait to actually get to ask one of the players when they head into the interview booth their opinion on whether or not they think those Kurumi changes are going to allow Transformer to hold their own a little bit more.
Oh, I wonder. Intel wins it here. Do they win it at Worlds? Great display from ADOD, showing up, filling up for Hero's shoes. DPCQ without King and Godless, not the same part. Like I believe King and Godless are the heart and lifeblood of those teams as far as organization, and especially Godless. Before King even joined the team, he led DPCQ. Godless led DPCQ to all those multiple victories. Today, though, Zhao Denzai needs to get his feet wet with the team, showing up, trying out all the new stuff. We saw a lot of Hadi today from that Sin team. I see the potential. I think if he's paired with Yushan, he has a little bit more value. Faria is a little bit tough. We saw the V1 variation coming out from Adward and his team as well. V3 just a little bit too short-sighted, but we saw from Tryhard Monks still picking apart Faria. It's very, very hard to get value out of Faria versus the super competent Monks that we have in this competitive scene. Now, I still think it's too soon to make the call, Moxie. I still think Hadi is going to find his place somewhere. We saw a little bit of the newer composition that is being used, the Yodo, Faria, and Yushan. That composition is a great alternative to the Transformers. If you're just getting into the game, a lot of teams get 2 years of practice on that Transformers, where we have a new new style of play, possibly replacing the Transformers in the future. I don't know. It's hard to say, especially with the Kurumi buffs. It looks like going into the Worlds, all these teams have all of their strats dialed in. I'm excited to see what is going to happen at Worlds given this current new meta.
And I mean, there's time as well between now and J-Cup for these players to be able to figure out all the strats. I know you are hard at work trying to figure out all of the ramifications of all of the changes and how that's going to mix and match in terms of positioning and deciding which hero you want to sacrifice and throw under the bus to try and preserve another hero into those 1v1s, which can be the make or break in being able to walk away the MVP. So much goes into Naraka behind the scenes scenes, not just the play that you get to see. So a huge congratulations to all of the teams that participated for the hours that they put in that broadcast did not get to catch. We thank you, as always, for being a part of our wonderful community. And one of our wonderful community is actually going to be joining us in the caster booth.
Yo,
Is that Hero?
it's me.
Hero from the car, watching, cheering on his team. How proud are you for Intel to take this home for fun with all of the work behind them? Seeing A-Dot rise, filling up your big shoes. What were your thoughts of Intel clutching it up? Is there any surprises to you?
I'm not surprised at all. A little bit though with A-Dot, because you never know. It's like a coin flip. You might get the best A-Dot you've ever seen, or you might get the most troll version you've ever seen. But I'm happy that my team can win even when I'm not there. That makes me feel good going into J-Cup. I don't feel nervous at all anymore because this was finals is by no means easy. These are very good competitors of our region. These are the top players. So I appreciate a lot that my team can pick up the slack when I'm not there and still carry the weight to first place. That's a huge accomplishment.
So speaking about Jacob then, obviously this is going to be the patch that we actually see being played on Jacob, which means Hardy is enabled, Farrier got the buff, Karumi got the buff, and a couple of weapons also got some adjustments as well. When you were looking over the patch notes, obviously you don't have to give away all of the team strategies, but what do you think is actually going to be the most impactful change that occurred in Naraka this week?
The most impactful change will probably be Farrier. As far as comps go, it's pretty solidified that Siphon is just undoubtedly the best because Takeda, his function is only stopped by other competent Takedas. There's no comp that beats it. So with that being said, I think Farria's change is the biggest relevance just because she is viable again. Even though she does struggle versus Monk, Transformers has fallen to like a third best team to play, and so most teams aren't opting to pick it twice. So I think it's big that Farrier is back.
Wonderful. With this last win, I know you guys clinched up the second place. You guys weren't really playing for first. Now that your team was playing for first, nothing to lose, playing for fun, even though you guys aren't able to claim the prize. Last second, joining in, showing up. What are your predictions going in with your squad going to Worlds? What are you hoping to accomplish, Hero?
I hope to make people appreciate Naraka no matter the region that it's being played in, because regardless of your background or where you come from or what your goal is, if you put the work in and the time to be a good player in Naraka, you can definitely reap the rewards from it. And it's by no means an easy journey. All of our players who are good at NA have spent over 5,000 hours getting here. And so I just want people to understand the amount of work that goes into being good and appreciate Naraka for an art form that it is. And as far as goals in terms of my team, I just want us to play our best. And if we play our best, then I don't want to say we have a limit on what we can place.
So then to sort of piggyback off of that, Astral Cup being run purely for the NA scene, what did it mean to you as an NA player that you saw that Naraka was actually investing into this region, something that we haven't really seen come from them so far?
It feels good to know that we still have life in the game. It does well Eastern-wise, but Western's always a little bit shaky. The reception, we've seen a lot of good players come and go. I've taught a lot of good players that have came and went, and it feels good to know that there's still being new life breathed into the game. I have confidence that we're always going to be getting updates because the game is by no means dead. So it feels good to know that they're still willing to put money here and appreciate our scene for its talent.
Well, thank you so much, Hero. I don't know, Raven, if you have any other questions.
Hero, a class act, a beautiful man. Any shout outs you want to give closing out for our Astral Cup, the victories, Team Intel showing up big today?
Well, obviously, I want to give a shout out to my team. That's first, always. I would also like to give a big shout out to VL because without the people in there, I would have never been here and I would have never been able to accomplish the things that I have in Naraka. And third, I want to just shout out the NA community because without an audience, what is a show? So I appreciate anyone who watches and likes to see us perform and is rooting for us going into J-Cup.
Well, best of luck in Jacob, and I'm sure both myself and Raven will see you soon, and safe flight as well, because it's probably going to be a couple of hours that you're going to be stuck on that plane until we see you at Shanghai.
Yeah, I'll see you after the 15-hour flight.
Oh, you're 15. Oh.
Yeah.
Do you know what, Raven? Suddenly, I feel a little bit better about the fact that my flight's only going to be 13 hours.
15 hours of nonstop action. So this morning we were going a ton of strategy, food for thought. I shared a lot of my ideas with Intel. It's going to be a fun time in that flight. It's a lot of time to really reflect, think about, and let it settle in that we're going into the jaws. We're going into the arena. We're stepping into the gladiator arena with all the best teams on earth. Now, in previous years, Triad has been there before. Zay has been there before. I've been there in spirit as far as coaching. But being there in person is going to be quite the experience. All the players coming out today showed a lot of heart. We've seen a lot of progress within the NA position. For some of the teams, it'll be their last time competing before they go back home to China after 2 years of dominating the scene. But we still have one more day left, Moxie. Tomorrow, solos. 6 rounds of the top players going at it. We're only missing Frostovus, but the rest of the cast is going to be showing up. I think Light opted out to not play this weekend to relax himself, but still, all of the best competition coming out for a ton of money. I cannot wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, we still have one more day of solos, and you still have 2 more days to be able to enter the Naraka Bladepoint official Discord service meme competition. We've talked about it so often because we don't want to see you miss out. It is free to enter. You can use any format. It costs absolutely nothing to try your hand and win some wonderful treasure choices. And there is no better time to get your hands on some of those treasure choices when we go into a new season and all of those cosmetics are nice and shiny and incredibly good looking. I'm not gonna lie, every single time we see all of these players dripped out to the full, Raven, I get a little bit jealous because I'm like, I'll roll a couple that I get from my battle pass and that'll be me done for the season. Sometimes you have to get a little bit lucky with those legendaries. I'm still holding out for that Karumi cosmetic because the voice pack extra is just, oh, it's something even more special. Just when you think the cosmetics team aren't going to be able to find anything new to make you go, wow, they knock it out of the park yet again. But speaking about out of the park, we're going to be out of the desk real soon because, Raven, it's been 6 games, a little bit of a shorter day today, but that has been the 6 games all wrapped up. We have dictated who walks away the champion. It is going to be Intel. Like we've already talked about, they will not be able to get any money considering the fact that they are one of those teams who are already going to J-Cup, which does mean that the money will then tumble down to some of the teams who are not going to J-Cup but were able to place higher than other teams. So keep an eye on that to see who is going to be walking away with money. But that's all the time that we're gonna have. Don't go anywhere tomorrow because we'll be coming back with all of the solos action. And as Raven said, we have some absolute star-studded players in the lobby. We're gonna have Tryhard, we're gonna have Baitian, we're going to have Yojai, we're going to have Go By. It is going to be for sure 6 games of Naraka you don't want to miss. We'll be right back with that tomorrow.